And welcome everyone to the pre-show of Playoffs Week 1. We have gotten around to playoffs again. We have some exciting matches today as well. But more importantly, we got a funny little pre-show again. And as we do in every season, we have a little bit of a quiz that we have prepared. A bunch of questions that our players here will have to answer. Joining me today here are Alfs. How you doing?
Hello, I'm doing fine.
Luna, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good.
And SMG in his favorite cosplay, how are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Okay, yeah. So we'll go through a few questions. Stream will already see the first question. I'll tell you guys the question in just a second. But we'll go through a few questions. You're going to tell me your answers, and we're going to see who has the most knowledge on the current EUSL season. And we'll start off right away with the very first question, which is, which player received the most match MVPs? Was it Cookies? Was it Alex? Was it Dunkers? Or was it Scream Elves? Obviously, match MVPs being a new addition to the season, so it was a very obvious bait to just get some free quiz questions out of it. So, who do you guys think got the most?
I guess it has to be Alex, because I don't think I saw him not get it once from the games I watched.
Well, is that what you're submitting as well? You can DM it to me, usually. Fortunately enough for you, SMG and Alps have the exact same answer, so all three of you got it correct.
I did not realize I was with the DM, but
Yeah,
I'm watching him, Alex.
You can DM it to me, but yes, it is Alex. Alex got the most. Out of the 7 regular week seasons, Luma got 6 wins, and out of 6 wins, that would be 6 match MVPs. Alex got 5 of them. I think the only other match MVP that happened once was to Czar, I believe. I forget which series specifically. Looking at the other answer options, you had Cookies, who got 4 match MVPs, and Dunkers and Alfs both got 3 each. Although, to be fair, Alfs, you had less games to kind of farm MVPs on. So, considering you came into the league with, I think, only 3 matches left, pretty good win rate so far in terms of the match MVPs.
Thank you.
But yes.
Alex would have less MVPs if Lucas wasn't robbed. I had to say it.
That is true. That is true.
Yeah, I agree.
True, actually. Wait. Well, he would still be shared first, and I guess Cookies would also have been correct at that point. But that is 1 point for everyone, and we can immediately move on to the second question, and that's always my favorite question for the end of the season, and that is, what was the win rate of teams calling the coin flip? So when you went into a match, right, you chose heads or tails, and what's the win rate of the team that chose heads or tails, essentially? Is it 64%? Was it 50%? Was it 53%? Or was it 60%? Very, very funny one. But we'll see. Everyone in unison again, actually, which is a bit crazy. All of you went for 53%. I mean, there's not much to be discussing here because it's just pure win rates, but hey, who would have guessed? The coin flip is 50-50. I think this is the 3rd season in a row where it perfectly evened itself out. So that's great.
Wait, did you guys know that? Like, why did everyone guess that? Like, what?
Huh? Because, I mean, it makes sense, no?
Yeah.
Like, what else would it be?
These guys are looking over my shoulder, copying my homework.
SMG, matter of fact, you sent the answer as last. Like Alf's almost insta sent it, and Luna sent it.
Okay, I was cheating.
And even then, all 3 of you got it wrong. So like, but yeah, it's funny how statistics work out. That it just went down to 50% again. That's always funny to look at.
That's crazy.
That is not much to the gander on there. We can move on to the third question now, which is the following. Which striker had the highest goals per 10 minutes? Was it Octavia? Was it Rasmus? Was it Juno? Or was it Drakkar? So this is the essentially just who scored the most goals on average per 10 minutes across the entire league of someone picking that character.
Wait, what was the characters again?
Octavia, Rasmus, Juno, or Drakkar? There's a bit of a curveball in there as well. So we will see. Okay, answers are in now. We have 2 Rasmus from SMG and from Else, and a Juno from Luna. Luna, why do you think it is Juno? Was there any specific thought behind that, or did it just feel right?
No, not really. I'm just representing myself as a Juno OTP.
I mean, gotta rep it. Unfortunately for you, wasn't the right answer. It was Rasmus. Looking at the exact stats, Rasmus has about 2.5 goals per 10 minutes. Octavia is 2.1. Drakkar is just below 2.1 with 2.09. And Juno is just a little bit below the Drakkar with 2.08. So all of these characters are averaging more than 2 goals per 10 minutes played. But Rasmus, as the brawler pick, I guess, being the most effective, even though Drek was played in brawler as well.
Can I say why I think it's that high?
Sure.
This is my thought process. Okay, when we played against Zoo, it was me, Drop Leto, and Templemelon, so we didn't really have like a midfield player, and they played like the exact same comp versus us twice, and they played Rasmus both times, and we got piss stomped. So I was like, oh, there's a lot of goals in a short amount of time, so that was my thought.
I mean, it definitely helped, but I think Rasmus has been played pretty strongly across the entire league, so I'm not sure how much that specifically is. Let me look that up, actually.
Can I say my thought process
sure.
as well? Yeah. So basically, except Rasmus, which is mostly played as forward, the other characters are all preferably midfielder. So I thought Rasmus would have the highest goals per minute, per 10 minutes because of that. Also, Dreka can be played as a goalie, but I don't know if anyone played Dreka goalie.
I think it's happened that it's been played in that. I think I played it a game at
It's
least.
probably you.
Well. Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
also
I'd be surprised if you didn't.
Yeah.
Which also brings the goal rate down.
Yeah. The curveball there was as well Octavia, because she is the second highest, and she had like the difficulty of understanding that she has little game time, but if she has a good game, obviously those stats are going to skyrocket. But it wasn't good enough to get past Erasmus. So with that, SMG and Alfs both get another point, taking a 1-point lead so far. But again, that was only 3 questions of 15. So we can move on to the next one already, which is going to be this one. Another kind of stat check, but a little bit more of an interesting one. Which awakening was picked up the most? So this includes during draft and as starter awakenings. Just which awakenings have been selected the most? Super Surge, Extra Special, Heavy Impact, or Hotshot?
Wait, can you repeat the third one?
The options?
Yeah.
Super Surge, Extra Special, Heavy Impact, or Hotshot? Okay, there is a little bit of a pattern because we again SMG now seem to agree it is Extra Special. SMG, why do you think it is Extra Special?
I just think it's just generally something you can pick on a lot of characters first, and it's I don't know, like the other awakenings, there are a few characters that won't take them. I don't think there's a character that won't take Extra Special, so it would be rare in a draft for Extra Special to not be taken, I think.
Okay, Luna, you ended up going for Hotshot. Why do you think it was Hotshot?
I went for Hotshot because like that's the most broken awakening in the game, and if you don't pick it, you're a goofer.
I mean, the league seems to agree with you largely, but unfortunately neither of those answers are correct. Extra Special and Hotshot have been picked up 59 times across the season. Both Super Surge and Heavy Impact have been picked up more. Super Surge was picked up 62 times, so only 3 times more. And Heavy Impact was picked up 63 times. So Super Surge 62, Heavy Impact 63, meaning Heavy Impact is the correct answer here, being picked up the most. And I feel like with how the meta has been for a little bit, I can see why. I don't think Heavy Impact ever really has gone unpicked, at least not to my knowledge. And also, I think our starter awakenings usually were pretty KO heavy. I think we had quite a few Heavy Impact starters in there, which obviously would inflate this stat as well. But that means another round, no points, unfortunately, which means we can immediately go to question 5. which is another pure stat one. Which player had the highest redirects per 10 minutes of gameplay? Was it Fang? Was it SMG? Was it Kitty Bagel? Or was it Venom Yami? Alf's is pondering.
Someone's pondering.
Yeah, Alf's
Oh.
is really,
It
really
ain't me,
taking,
it ain't me, it ain't
really
me.
taking a second, but it did come through in the end. 3 different answers this time around. Luna ended up going for SMG, SMG ended up going for Venom, and Alf's went for Kitty Bagel. Now, I mean, the easiest... We'll start with you, SMG. Why do you think it was Venom? This is per 10 minute
Well,
stats as well, right? So pure game
yeah.
time doesn't help you.
Yeah, because it was per 10, I know that me and Kitty, I'm gonna guess that we probably have the highest redirects generally, I would guess, but we also have probably the most game time. So I doubted it was us. And I also feel like the games that Feng played in were games that he as a goalie maybe wouldn't need to get a lot of redirects in, and would just be more like forward heavy so far. So I thought it was Venom. He's the midfielder also, which kind of boosts redirects quite a bit, I'd say.
I mean, yeah, most definitely. Goalies and midfielders are the most core involved, I would say. Alfs, you ended up going for Kitty Bagel being on that other side of it as a goalie. Why do you think Kitty Bagel was the most redirect?
I was a bit lost on this question. That's why I was pondering so much, and I was between Kitty Bagel and Venom, and it was purely 50-50. I don't have any reasoning behind. I just know that that's probably one of the two of them. So
Okay, well, your 50-50 went right because it was Kitty Bagel. And matter of fact, out of the selection here, Venom has the least redirects per 10. Venom sitting on, but it's all very close margins. Venom sitting on 97.8 redirects per 10 minutes. Then comes Fang with 99.5, followed by SMG with 99.6, and then Kitty Bagel with a little bit of a jump ahead with 102.2 redirects per 10 minutes. So Kitty Bagel incredibly core involved on that Turkey and Scats roster, and even though they played, I'm pretty certain they have the most game time as well across the league, especially because Turkey and Scats never played with a substitute. So a lot of game time, but that didn't drag down the average. So Kitty Bagel was the correct answer here, and that means Alfs, you're up to 3 points now, while SMG sitting at 2 and Luna sitting at 1. Now, next question. Low-key expecting all of you guys to get this one, but we'll see, because we're still Europe after all. Which map was played the most this season? Not drafted, specifically played the most. Was it Atlab? I already got an answer from Luna. Was it Atlab, Night Market, Tycho, or Clarion? The Ponderer strikes again.
There's a lot to think about.
Fair.
So much to think about.
Oh, it's obviously Tycho, bro. Everyone
Okay.
knows
Yeah, look
Answer-
at just look at him.
Answer has gone in,
in the
and
bag,
SMG tried to gaslight Alfs because
I
SMG
didn't.
guessed Hatlab himself. So did
Whoa,
Alfs,
you're in
and
trouble, SMG.
Luna actually stuck to it. She picked Tycho. So
Yeah, I
obviously,
put Tycho before that shit even came up.
yeah, I didn't even say Atlab. You already sent Tycho, but obviously EU very Atlab Tycho lovers. So I think as long as it's within these two, I feel like every answer is basically correct. Although there is a technically correct, and we'll keep it simple. The least played map from this list was Clarion. Only has 7 games played. Part of it is due to the fact that it wasn't in the first 3 weeks of the league, so it had a little bit of a lower chance of getting drafted. Next is Night Market with 13 games played, and then it comes down to Atlab and Tycho. One of these maps has been played 15 times, the other map has been played 16 times.
Oh, damn.
So, very, very much EU enjoyers with these two maps. We see it in basically every single series, and I'm gonna go on a bold assumption and say we're gonna see him today quite a bit as well. But the map that has been played 16 times was indeed AtLab. So
Okay, I'm quitting.
unfortunately, that is another point to Alps and SMG, and Luna lost a 50-50.
No, like, it's actually fucked up, man. Like, Bub this weekend, I think we played 4 Taiko games in a row.
I think the difficulty, or I think what in the end put AtLab over Taiko is the fact that we do still have a few Taiko haters. And
Yeah.
AtLab very commonly falls down to a third pick. If you compare the positions where these maps have been picked, or just look at how often they've been picked but not played, AtLab has like 21 map picks, while Taiko has, I think, 17. So Taiko very commonly comes in the round 1-2, and sometimes gets drafted as a round 3, but doesn't really get played that often in that round 3 position. Meanwhile, AtLab very commonly falls down as a decider game as well, and a lot of those series did actually fall to the decider as well. So a little bit unlucky there for you, Luna, but I mean, it's still Taiko, right? It's basically still correct, but not great for the points.
Yeah, do I get a point then?
I can give you half a sympathy point if you want, and we'll see where that gets you.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right. Good. Then we'll go to another question. This one is a little bit more striker focused, and it's not just a pure statistics one. Well, I guess sort of. How many strikers have not been picked in goal? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Or is it 6? So out of the entire striker roster that is in the game, how many of them have never been picked in goalie in this regular season? Nice one, Alps. I'll just unsent this answer. Resubmit a new one. I'll let it slide. Okay. All 3 of you seem to be in agreement that it is 3 of them. And I mean, that's just straight up correct. It's exactly 3 strikers that have not been picked.
I guess which ones?
Yeah, sure, go ahead. I was about to ask.
Wait, I want to guess one of them.
Yeah, each of you
Okay,
guessed
well-
one.
Yeah.
I'll guess X.
X is correct. X has never been net.
I'll guess my OTP is enter.
Zen has also never been in net. Shout out Soren.
I will guess Octavia.
And Octavia is the last one, correct. So yeah, those are the 3 that haven't been picked in net. Every other character in the game has been played in goal at least once. Whether they should have or not is another discussion. But that gives a point to everyone, which just adds up to the total a little bit. Doesn't really change anything in terms of dynamics. But with that, we're gonna go over the halfway point, just barely, going into question 8. And question 8 is the following. Which striker has the highest KOs per 10 minutes? Is it Julie? Is it Zentaro? Is it X? Or is it Luna?
What did NXZD play?
And
Mainly Julie, I think. He's had an on the
Hello?
3 series games. I mean, if I'm telling it to everyone gets a benefit of it. So
I didn't get the benefit. I already knew. I was there.
well, you were? What?
Shocking.
Crazy.
I mean, maybe Alex brought the average down on that though.
Well, that is the downside of the Julie goalie, right? That goes into that calculation, so...
I'm going with the easy choice, not gonna lie.
Okay, all 3 of you seem to be in agreement that it is Zentaro. Zentaro has 2.23 KOs per 10 minutes. And if you believe it or not, it's actually the 3rd highest on this list. There are 2 characters that have higher KOs per 10 minutes. The one with the lowest KO per 10 minutes is the Luna, sitting at 2.07. Second place with 2.61 is the X pick. and Julie sits at first with 3 KOs per 10
Still?
minutes. So NXCD just must have dragged that average up to such insane degrees, because there's 3 Julie goalie games and that hasn't pulled down the average below second place. So
Okay, to be fair, who has been bringing down the Center KOs?
I mean,
It was you. It was you.
What do you mean?
kind of the entire league, I feel like, because it's just played all over, right? So and I think Centauro quite commonly also gets just picked in losing games. Like, I think his win rate isn't insane. So
So it's basically just me bringing up the KOs.
I mean, I didn't say that. That's what you. If you want to believe that, you can go ahead, of course. But,
Hey, not as much as NX, okay? Put the fries in the
Oh.
bag.
True, true.
no,
Real.
NX on the first series he played. The second one we don't talk about.
Yeah. That
Okay.
was unlucky.
Yeah. Next one is going to be a little bit map heavy again. And it is the following. How many maps have an exact 50-50 win rate for blue and red side? Is it 2? Is it 3? Is it 4? Or is it 5 maps? Usually, maps tend to be a little bit one-sided either way or the other, but there are some that seem to be perfectly balanced, at least with the stats that have been gathered through regular season, which, to be fair, not a huge sample size. Could always be larger, but for the season, we'll see. As
Can you repeat the question, please?
of course, how many maps have an exact 50-50 win rate for blue and red side? That means blue side has the exact same win rate as red side on the map. So, for example, if there's been 6 games played on that map, blue side won 3 times and red side won 3 times. And your answer options are 2, 3, 4, or 5.
Thank you.
Okay. All 3 of you in agreement again. I feel like I got a pretty synchronized batch here. All of you said 2, and if you had to guess which maps those were, just take a random jab at it. What do you think they are?
My guess is Tycho and Atlab.
Can't be Taiko because it's 15, right?
Hmm?
It has
Oh
to be
yeah,
only
you're
15.
right. You're right.
Rogal,
Could
you're
be
the
Atlab still
technicality.
there.
It is Atlab. That is a map that is perfectly 50-50. There's been 16 games
Maybe
on Atlab, and
Night
it's 8
Market
and
or
8.
Inkies. One of those probably.
I think
Neither
it's like one pick only. No.
neither Night Market or Inkies. But
Oh.
SMG, Elves, any guesses? Oni is also correct. 6 games, 3-3 on both sides. And yeah, that would be 2, but there's sadly more. There's actually 5 maps, but some of them are a bit cheeky. Because you got Atlab and Oni, those are the maps with like a somewhat fine sample size. Atlab 16 games, and Oni Village with 6 games. You then have Demon Dice, Gates of Obscura, and Amy's app, who have all been picked twice and are 1-1.
Oh.
So technically 50% win rate. But that means half of the maps in the game, and that have been played throughout the season. Matter of fact, actually, throughout the season, we've had every map been played at least once. I don't think we've had that before. So even Autumn has been played once, even Inkies has been played once. So half of the maps that have been in rotation are 50-50, although 3 of them, again, are kind of like, very small sample size. But that means, unfortunately, again, none of you get points this round, which means we can go over to question 10. Reminder for the points. Currently, Alves is sitting on 5, SMG sitting on 4, and Luna sitting on 2.5. So, next question. Which player has played the most unique strikers? Is it Nero? Is it myself, Sloth? Is it SMG? Or is it Swiftsy?
I don't even remember what characters I played.
Can you say them again?
Nero, Sloth, SMG, or Swiftsy?
Okay, well, there's no way it's Nero.
People be banning Atlas though, and then he has to like click random.
Has to adjust somehow.
He just has to click the random button.
It's a hard choice. It's a hard choice. 50-50, I would say.
I can tell you it's very close between all of these players. Okay, answers have come through. Alf and SMG, you ended up going for me, Sloth, and Luna, you ended up going for SMG. Any of you, any particular reason behind your choice that you wanna share?
Pure RNG from my side. Like, just random.
Yeah, I mean that's
Yeah,
valid.
same. I kind of just figured it wouldn't be a goalie.
I just thought like you're the goalie who picks the most characters. I think goalies can pick a lot of stuff, so I don't know. I didn't really remember my picks, so yeah.
I mean, you are correct. Goalies can pick a lot of stuff because the answer is a goalie, and the answer is Swifty.
No shot.
No
Oh,
way.
okay. I thought you were gonna say Nero. Oh my god.
No,
Yeah.
but it's close. It is close. Swifty has played 10 unique strikers in the league. Over 16 games in total, he's played 10 different strikers. Those 10 strikers being Kai, Atlas, Rune, Era, Luna, Asher, Rasmus, Finny, Kazan, and Mako.
Oh.
With those
As-
10 picks, he's just one above the other three. Sloth, Nero, and SMG all have 9 unique picks. So, even though you said Nero, Atlas, you know, they're up, he's played a very wide variety actually in the league. But
Yeah, I forgot about the win trading.
yeah. All right, yes, it is.
Guys, we should have known it was Swifty. He made the quiz, okay? Of course he
That's
had to be
good,
one of the
that's good.
answers.
That's true, that's true.
No.
Well, I
You should've
mean,
known.
again though, not points stayed the same, so unfortunate. But we're gonna move into the last pair of well, not pair, the last 5 questions with this question 11 here, which is the following: which striker had the highest pick rate? Is it Estelle? Is it Amy? Is it Kai? Or is it Centauro? Keep in mind, it's pick rate. It's not presence.
Oh wait. Oh wait, can you say them again?
Estelle, Amy, Kai, and Centauro.
That's hard.
I feel like you're lying to us that it's not Zentara.
I'm not saying it's not Centauro. I'm just reminding you it's not presence.
That's
it's pick
exactly what
rate.
you just said.
I would never do such a thing.
Hmm. The sloth guy's a real bastard.
Okay, answers have come through, and apparently I I messed it up for everyone.
Oh.
So we have one Estelle, we have one Amy, and one Kai answer, and the answer is still Centauro.
You're such a rat. Like,
You are such a rat.
like that's actually like you should be DQ'd from this. Like, I
Oh,
don't
this
care what
and
you
the
know.
like one pick maps, like this is so Mickey Mouse.
Bro,
How can you do this?
legit. Like everyone would have insta-picked Zentaro.
I
If
did.
you didn't
But
say
it's
that.
about having that willpower to go through it and say, you know what, you're messing with me. You're trying to mess
I
me
do
up
not
here.
care. I do not care.
I
So,
don't know.
my God.
all of them have a pretty high pick rate still. Kai is sitting at 54% pick rate, Amy sitting at 57%, Estelle sitting at a flat 60%, and Zentaro with 63%. So all of these characters very present throughout the season, but obviously Zentaro, EU staple, which was the correct answer. And again, unfortunately, no points to be given out as we're going into question 12
gosh.
now. And that's going to be, I can promise this is going to be the last, like, kind of boring one. Which player had the highest damage per 10 minutes? Was it Spring Mastro? Was it Alfs? Was it Tempo Melon? Or was it Zar?
What are you laughing for?
Nothing.
Okay, so answers have come through. SMG and Alfs both went for Alfs, and Luna, you went for Zar. And Alfs couldn't contain himself because it is him.
Right.
That is probably one of the few stats that you looked up beforehand yourself, if I would have to guess.
The ego on this kid is crazy.
Need to continue stroking the ego a little bit, but yeah, the overall, again, very damaging players here. Springmaster sitting on a crisp 14,500 damage per 10 minutes. Then comes Tempo with 15.2. Czar is in second place with 16.9, which a little bit surprising to me because I never noticed that he was actually quite heavy on the damage front. But in first place with a little bit of a jump is obviously Alfs with 18.5k on average for 10 minutes. So that is another point to SMG and Alfs, and both of them getting good points. Alf's still 1 point up on SMG. Alf's sitting on 6 now, SMG on 5, and Luna on 2.5. So
I can still win this.
How many questions left?
I'm a believer.
there are 3 questions left. So
And we suck, bro. We actually suck.
I mean, some of them were a bit evil. I'll be fair. Some of them were a bit evil. So
No, don't blame the questions. It was all you. Okay.
Yeah, this
let's
is
be
on
clear.
you.
my
Gypsy made a
bad.
good quiz and you manipulated us.
My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna go into the third last question. This one is a bit of a thinker. Which striker does not have 100% pick rate on the gear that I'm mentioning with them? So I'm gonna give you a gear and striker combination. All of them are in goal, and we're only talking about pick rate when they've been played in goal. And you need to tell me which one of these 4 combinations that I'm telling you do not have 100% pick rate. So, the first option is Strike Shot Asher. The second option is Momentum Boots Era. The third option is Eject Button Amy. And the fourth option is Momentum Boots Finny. So, out of those 4 options, which option does not have all of their games on the gear that has been mentioned with them? Okay, answers are in, and we get 3 differing ones. We have Momentum Finny from Luna, you have the Eject Amy from Alfs, and last you have the Era, Momentum Boots Era from SMG. SMG, you're saying it's the Era. Why is it the Era? Do you have...
I might be schizo. I feel like literally Luna played it. Like,
Yeah, I think I played at Eject, but I also think I
Yeah.
played Strike Shot Finny, so I don't know what to think. I think 2 of them are wrong.
I'm pretty sure you picked. Yeah. So I was surprised that you didn't pick it because I'm pretty sure I saw you play Eject Era, and I was like, why are you on that? I'll be honest.
Because it's broken, okay? Hello?
Okay.
Well,
I'm not a believer.
the correct answer is the Momentum Boots Era, which is not correct, essentially. Momentum
make up
Era
from
has
this
been
word.
played twice without Momentum Boots. Once is that mentioned eject button game from Luna. Do any of you just coincidentally happen to know what the other Era game was that was not on Momentum Boots?
No idea.
Aldrin's Era.
Well, it's not Pauldron's. There's been a Strike Shot Era game, I believe, by Swifty.
That's disgusting.
I forget the opponent, but that's happened as well. And yeah, Eject Button Amy, that was last season when Layfire locked it with Momentum Boots once. Didn't happen this time. Strike Shot Asher has only seen 2 games of Asher and Net, and both times it was with Strike Shot. And Momentum Boots Finny has been consistent throughout the league to be playing it with Momentum Boots as well. Even though Strike Shot is still an incredibly valid pickup for the character. And Finny especially, it's surprising to me that it doesn't have a game outside of Momentum Boots because Finny's been picked 14 times in Net. So 14 out of 14 times people picked up Momentum Boots with her.
Yeah, I was sure I had at least 1 Strike Shot Jenny game, but I guess not.
Yeah, I mean it could have been a warm up, it could have been a scrim at one point, but yeah. Well, that evens it out though between SMG and Alfs. Both of you are sitting on 6 questions now. 6 points now, not questions. Well, I guess theoretically. But 6 points now, so it's going to come down to the last 2 questions, and we're going to go into the penultimate question now, which might be a bit easier. Depends on how much attention you've paid to the league throughout the season. And it's the following. Which striker has not been played outfield this season? So, which striker has not been picked in either midfield or brawler throughout the regular season? Is it Atlas? Is it Dubu? Is it Mako? Or is it Now?
Can you repeat the first option?
Atlas, Dubu, Mako, now. Okay, answers are in. 2 Atlas picks, 1 now pick. Alfs, why do you think it was now?
I remember seeing a game of Dubu
Mhm.
forward and also Mako. I think Mako was Zahinif playing.
Mhm.
And I didn't really know if Atlas was played or not, just like now, so I just went for the 50-50.
Okay, well, SMG, would you happen to know why Atlas is correct?
Well, actually, I have like one series that I played in that made me certain of my answers. We played versus Luma, and on DD I wanted to pick Atlas midfield, which I love to play, but then Alex took it for some reason, which
Yeah,
meant
right.
I picked now midfield instead. So I and then later on, next game, I played Dubu midfield into Zaz Mako. So all of
Oh, wait.
those characters were ticked off, except for Atlas in the outfield for me.
I didn't even know that you just had one series that just answers your question. Oops.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I just watched the Mako game.
Yeah, the only one I remembered was the Mako.
Yeah, there's been 1 Mako pick, that was Czar playing at outfield, and there's been 4 Dubu instances and 4 now picks as well. I don't fully remember who played those. Specifically, Dubu were likely on Forge Fury someone, though.
Yeah.
Imagine Den played some now at some point.
Tempo played against us on our series.
Yeah,
Dubu as well.
yeah.
Not
I
sure.
think Din might have. I'd have to double check it. But either way, that puts SMG in a point lead now. So at this point, we're going to go into the last question. And Alfs, you have the chance to tie it up. Or if SMG just gets it right, he's just going to run away with it. So are you guys ready for the last question?
Can I still win the race?
Maybe the horse race.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, we'll say you can. We'll say you can. I'm
Yeah,
not giving
I
you any
appreciate that.
mathematical basis off of it. I'm just saying you can. So, last
you.
question. How many substitutes have played for their team this season? 8, 10, 12, or 15? So essentially, how many substitutes have played a game in EUSL during the regular season? And this doesn't have to be specifically for the team that they're on right now. So I'm going to give you one freebie. Lucas counts, even though he technically didn't play for Girl, which he's a part of right now. The fact that
Wait,
he
do I
has
count
subbed for Luma.
Hey, can you say all
counts.
the numbers again?
8, 10, 12, and 15. And Alfs, you specifically don't count because you joined as a starter. So you were never a substitute. You need to have been a substitute at the time of you playing. Then you count. The Ponderer is striking again.
I'm
Okay.
actually unsure now.
Answer has come through. We have Luna saying it's 10, and both SMG and Alf saying it's 12. So, same answer already. Looking good for SMG. Now, why do you guys think it's 12? Did you, or you? Let's ask you specifically, Alf. You put a lot of thought into this answer. Did he count through the subs, or did you just vibe check?
Yeah, I was making a count in my head of who I saw playing, and it was 12. But yeah, I was scared I might have missed someone, so I was thinking of putting 15.
Okay.
Yeah, I ended up pitching 12.
Well, fortunately for you, it was 12, so that is correct. But unfortunately for you, SMG gave the same answer, so he's gonna win overall with 8 points. Alf's second with 7, and then Luna sitting at third with 3.5. Let's do one. You know what, Luna? I'll give you the win if you just can give me all 12 subs that I've played right now without looking anything up.
Okay, I can name 12 players.
Well, just goes through the starting roster of 4 teams. No, I mean, all of you
I can try.
all of you can give it a shot. I'm curious if you
wait,
guys.
okay, we got
can get-
Lucas.
Lucas is correct.
We got Fang.
Vivian,
Because
yeah.
Fang was a sub when he first played for us.
That is correct. Fan counts.
Vivian Nep, right?
Ivy Neff.
Correct.
I don't know if did Balu play? I don't remember.
No, he didn't play.
No.
Um,
Big Shot.
yeah, Pigshot. Who did Pigshot play for? Is that Turkey and Scats?
BBB.
No, BBB, but
BBB.
Picshot did
BBB.
play, yes.
Okay,
NXT and
Pigshot.
Robleto.
So did Lukey Man up at BBB.
Yeah,
Luki
Lucky
Man.
Man, drop
Luki
letter,
Man, yeah.
NXOD. That's 8.
NX and
Correct,
Drop
you're-
Letter.
You're missing 4.
Lila played for Obscura.
Correct.
Did
Good band.
anyone sub on TMCT or have you been main roster the whole
Yeah,
time?
two
Woods
people
played.
subbed.
Yeah, and Shen.
Did they?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
SMG said Kitpan earlier. That is correct. And Wood and Shen have subbed for TMCT. They had to sub in for our BBB series. So yeah, that is all
Oh,
12. So you
yeah.
got all of them. So basically, we're all
Yippee.
winners. But on the topic of winners, we're gonna go into a small little break because we had our funny little MEP voting again, and we're gonna make sure that everything's ready so we can present that to you guys in just a little bit. Again, all 3 of you, Luna, SMG, and Alf, thank you very much for joining on this quiz. It was a lot of fun. Hope you had fun as well. But we'll be right back. Any finishing words from you 3?
Sloth is a Mickey Mouse host, and I should have won.
Girls is gonna win.
Maybe.
As
We'll see.
as girls goalie, I agree with that statement.
All right,
Okay,
we'll go into a
retweet.
short break to get the awards ready. So do not go anywhere, and we'll see you guys in just a bit.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Season 3 of EUSL's playoffs. My name is Xylo, and you might be wondering why I'm standing here in front of you all by my lone self instead of with my co-caster. Well, before we get to watching some of the amazing games and these teams rip apart at each other's throats, in a bit, you guys will be finding out the results of the EUSL All-Star and MVP voting that every player has went through. And without further ado, can we go on over to our All-Star Team 3? Alright, and popping up on screen here for you guys will be able to see our All-Star Team 3, consisting of Fang, Donkers, and Zarnif himself. Just amazing players all around the board here, making our All-Star Team 3. Do keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that these All-Star teams aren't necessarily the teams that these players play together with, but they are teams that essentially what you guys have voted to be on this tier of level of players throughout the tournament for you today. Now, let's get it off fast and start off with Fang, the goalie here of today, with a total of 415 saves, hitting top 9 overall in the top 10 of all goal saves, with a total of a very respectable amount of 1,220 redirects altogether. While not that amazing or too big overall, I would say Fang has definitely earned his spot here on All-Star Team 3 as one of a really, really strong goalie here starting off with us today. Anyways, let's move on over to the midfield here of Donkers. With a respectable 2,258 redirects and let's say 60 goals as well as a midfield, no mind you. That is just really impressive if you ask me myself. But Donkers has definitely shown his ability to perform here on the strike field together with his teams. And just a little bit of an interesting fact for you guys today as well. 60 goals, that's going to be an interesting number. A number that I'm going to touch up on a little bit later for you guys. Anyways, going on over to Zarnif. 7 and 7 for Zarnif as he hits both top 7 in goals and KOs. 52 goals and 25 KOs as well. And just another interesting fact of the matter here as well. Marco has only been picked 4 times by 3 players throughout this entire tournament. And Zarnif is one of those players that decided to pick up Marco and add him on to his roster there. Anyways, moving on over to the All-Star Team 2. Take it away. And we are looking at, might I say, a extremely impressive lineup here. Starting off here with Sloth, which, oh my god, like when I was going through my notes for this was a player that I had to highlight a lot, you know. Do take into mind Sloth, you know, part of TMCT here, which if you guys aren't aware, they have a 93.33% win rate altogether, only dropping a single game, and Sloth definitely being a big part of that for his team to be able to achieve that number here for TMCT. Now, not only that, I want to touch on the fact that Sloth is not someone that you generally think of as a extremely flashy goalie, I would say, right? But he is someone that you would see, you know, a very iron wall goalie, the kind of guy that just keeps stuff, like keeps the call away constantly and all that, right? With a very respectable 843 saves, netting him in the top 6, as well as 2,540 redirects, barely touching him into top 10 here for redirects. Sloth is not one to slouch at. And oh my word, when I was looking through the stats, this guy played 9 different strikers throughout the whole tournament so far. And not only that, when I was looking through my stats, right, and I talked to him about this, bruh, like, this is just something, like, just amazing to find out, you know. Sloth played 9 different strikers, and not only that, but just to highlight a little bit more on a couple of players that also did the same, but both Nero and SMG also played 9 different strikers, only being pumped up by Swifty that decided to play 10 different strikers altogether throughout the whole tournament. Anyways, enough yapping about Sloth, but let's go on over to Lamacraft. Lamacraft definitely one of the stronger midfielders here, as he does pick up 48 assists, considering top 2 so far, tied overall on the whole series, only tied against Venom Yami at 48 assists, as well as also sneaking himself into that 59 goals in top 5 as well, and definitely being no slouch as well with the core control that Lamacraft brings in with 2,573 redirects. And remember that 60 number that I was talking about so much earlier? That's because, well, Saiton and Donkers both have 60 goals on the dot. It's amazing. Like, the two teammates together have the same exact amount of goals throughout this series so far. And not only that, right, but considering, you would think in that sense, so Saiton didn't really do his job as well, but I would like to take attention away from that and point you to the fact that Saiton also has 42 assists, which means that throughout all the goals that Donkers was scoring as well, Saiton constantly on the forward side ensured that he was a big impact even in the goals that Donkers had picked up. But definitely a really fun stat to look at here today. Anyways, talking over our All-Star Team 2, let us go on and look at our All-Star Team 1 real quick. Run over for us real quick, and we are looking over at the goalie of Alex himself. Alex, okay. Boy, I mean, he made his place here definitely for a reason. When looking through the stats, and I was, constantly going through these numbers, right? I noticed that Alex, okay, actually managed to hit 6 different top 10s throughout all the stats. He hit top 10s on all assists. He hit the top 2 saves. That means second highest saves of all throughout the tournament, only being beat out by 1%, which we will touch on a little bit later. KOs as well, surprisingly, as a goalie. Damage, redirects, and munching up all those orbs as well. Touching on over to Giovanni and Cookies. Now, I would like to talk about these two together in tandem because we just saw Sloth earlier, and here are his teammates of both Giovanni and Cookies. All 3 of them managing to make their way over to an all-star team altogether. Not together, so to say, but essentially all entering that they have been voted their way into an all-star team. Now, these guys are something I really want to talk about, considering the fact that these aren't players you tend to think are really flashy. They have a lot of cool tech, they don't really have a lot of, surprise in your face and blow stuff up, right? But they are really consistent, and that's what keeps them up at the top. That's what keeps them with that 93.33% win rate that they have been fighting so hard to keep playing for. And it's just amazing, right? Okay, I mean, it's definitely no slouch. Giovanni with the top 1 in assists and top 8 in goals as well, sitting at 49 goals and 51 assists. And Cookies with the highest goals of all. Top 1 of both assists and goals goes to this team altogether, so to say, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a team that you gotta watch out for if you're playing against them today. Anyways, now I would like to bring on over us to specific players. The best subs so far of EUSL Season 3, NXZD. Now, he might be a sub, but that does not mean he is a slouch to say. 5th place overall in KOs as a sub. That means he barely has any games, but being able to pick up 45 KOs is so respectable. It's a number that you really wouldn't expect coming out of a substitute player like NXZD, But definitely putting in all this work, running that Pummelers consistently on that Aimee pick, on that Juliet pick, to just pick up all these kills for his team whenever not being replaced by one of the main members of the team. And with that out of the way, I would like to bring us over to Records Broken. And while we go on over to the page, you might be wondering, but we have more awards here to give out before Records Broken. Well, the reason I want to bring us to Records Broken first is because there is a single player here that has been outstanding in terms of statistics when we look at it overall. Now, looking at your screen right now, you will see that Venom Yami has managed to break the record for total amount of shots throughout the whole series, throughout the whole tournament overall. 975 shots overall, beating out Lilith from Season 1, sitting at a 930. And finally, with that player that I've been talking about, like, you might be confused with all the numbers here on the screen, and I was too when I first looked at this statistic, but the reason why you're seeing so much is because Kitty Bagel here managed to break not one, not two, but 3 different records here for EUSL, beating out Lucas here, 4 saves at 1,193, 3,147 redirects. Again, beating out Lucas. This double for Kitty Bagel, like picking up both at once. As well as the fact that Kitty Bagel has picked up 521, munching up all the orbs that Layfire has left behind all the way from Season 2. Kitty Bagel definitely showing that they are no slouch here in EUSL as well. Anyways, moving on over. Now, since we talked so much about Kitty Bagel, I would like to touch even more about the fact that Kitty Bagel, okay, like, can we move on to Kitty Bagel's screen real quick? And not only is Kitty Bagel a constant breaker of records here, but also the most improved player and the best rookie at the same time. And it's really no surprise, right? Sitting at top 8 in terms of assists as a goalie, mind you, and triple top 1 for saves, redirects, and orbs all together. It's no surprise that Kitty Bagel is here on the board. But, ladies and gentlemen, after going through all these players, there's only one award left out to give. And what might that one be? Well, simply speaking, the most valuable player so far of EUSL. Drum roll, please, for Mr. Giovanni. Giovanni sitting at the most assists for a midfielder player as well. Like I touched on earlier as well, most assists in the game and a high number of goals at 49 goals for a midfield player. Now, if that's not respectful, then I don't know what is. Anyways, thank you so much for tuning into my award session here. Big congratulations to everyone that showed up on screen today. And if you haven't, stick around for Season 4 and maybe you might. Anyways, big congratulations to Giovanni for winning the most valuable player, and an extremely big highlight over to Kitty Bagel for picking up so many things here on the board as well. We will be right back for you where all the teams go head to head and toe to toe to rip each other apart to crown themselves winners of EUSL Season 3. and we are diving straight into it. Joined by me today is Jay. Say hello to our audience for today. Anyways, we are here already and we are diving straight in. The maps have been picked and banned already. Starting us off today here, we will be going straight into Clarion Corp with a glass cannon and a primetime start.
I mean, this is a pretty lethal start. You know, primetime is a very, very strong glass cannon, like beating power. And something to note is this is the first EUSL season since the new patch. And the new patch went in a very much nerf speed kind of direction and a little bit of buff to like damage, specifically Siphoning Wand, which has a lot more damage, and it's interesting, right? This patch very much changed the way that this game is played. So
Yeah, I mean, not only with the buffs to this Siphon Wand, but the fact that Stinger is being brought back as well, and now we're sitting at a 19% of stagger. Like, that's just gonna be oh so painful if that awakening is picked up here together with both of those like starting out gears here for the team on Siphoning Wand, right? Like, it's just gonna be so painful for all of the players just on the board right now. It's gonna be a bloodbath if you ask me. And you know, looking at the pick and bans here, it's actually kind of interesting that we see TMC seriously banning out Atlas here on first pick as well, by the way.
yeah, and it's very interesting. It probably means that they're leaning really heavy damage, and you can kind of see that with like EUSL Juno. The Kazan also can do quite a bit of damage this patch, but it's actually a Judo goalie, which is really interesting. Not something you traditionally see here.
Yeah, Juno goalie, like you said, not something we traditionally see, but it might just be adding on to the fact that we got a lot more damage on the board as well. As you know, like Juno might just be adding to all that damage here flying in. We do have that glass cannon start and that prime time start. We'll just have to see what these players choose to pick going into this match here.
Yeah, and I mean, prime times across the board, but the interesting to note is, of course, the Van Brace on both forwards, and actually the slick kicks on Siphon here, which will be interesting to see if you can get value out of it. Slick kicks, you have to interact with the core for, and that's hard to do in this patch.
Exactly, like there's going to be a lot of chaos happening in this patch, but also take into mind the fact that Saitan does have that slick kicks means that Saitan's the only player on the board right now with extra speed to play against this enemy team here. Both barriers already being opened up here, and Giovanni looking for the score but denied out by the side from Nero.
Yeah, good hold here by Nero for now. Siphon able to help out with Balu here, who is actually subbing in for the side of Zoo, not the traditional team that you know and love from this team, but Cookies actually...
Saiton is out and the goal goes in as well. Cookies with a beautiful play on the top side here to send both not only the core but Saiton into the goal as well.
Yeah, I mean, incredibly well played from Cookies here, kind of abusing all this damage here as, you know, can't really hold on for too long against all this damage. So much chip, so much drain, just impossible to deal with, really.
Exactly. Like, Cookies is just going to be constantly on the board here, just outputting all that this Kazan, as well that prime time. Just Cookies, so many more abilities here for both of the primaries that Kazan has to just output all that damage even more, allowing Giovanni to potentially pick up a kill, allowing Cookies to pick up a kill. Speaking of damage, Nero so low already, core flipped away as well as Giovanni constantly looks for the goal while Cookies look for the kill and picks it up as well.
Incredible kill here by Cookies. The amount of cooldowns just being dumped with this primetime Kazan, it's impossible to deal with, especially with these low stagger characters, and Cookies immediately capitalizing yet again. It's just constant offense, constant damage pressure. There's just nothing that the Zoo can really do here.
Yeah, it's just so much pressure Zoo has to play against here from the side of not only Cookies but Giovanni as well. Like I said earlier, like with in the awards section, right? This is a team that you don't see them being what's the word I'm looking for here? So flashy, right? But this is a team that's consistent, extremely consistent in what all of them, extremely consistent in all of their roles specifically as well.
I mean, they're just kind of showing it time and time again with all this pressure. Both barriers still up for them, and Giovanni with the piercing shot is able to get it past all three members of the Zoo, and a very, very dominant first set.
Exactly, with just so much pressure on the board, like Nero just cannot hold out against this pressure from Cook. Giovanni, even from Sloth from the back end, like I said, not a very flashy character, not something you'll see from these kind of teams, right? Okay. But here's the thing, TMC are a very consistent team, like I talked about before, and they are keeping that consistency to a T and ensuring that these goals fly in, the Awakenings fly their way as well. And, there's just so much for them to worry about here.
I mean, the Kazan has Sager plus Vambrace, so Cookies is pretty much officially unkillable, and that's gonna make things really, really hard for the side of the Zoo because Cookies has just been killing them, and now you can't play counter damage against it.
With little to do against this team here, Saitan does try to go for a banish here. Puts the pillar on the bottom side as well to potentially look to secure that second barrier. But no, like being constantly cleared out away. Sloth and Giovanni just working in tandem to ensure that the core is not on their side of defense here.
Incredible holds here from the side of TMCT, able to get it past the pillar as well. Sloth clearing up the Cookies. We can't really find anything here. The Death Touch the pillar, not quite enough, as offense just can't be built up. Cookies are just winning all these strike cores with the help from Sloth, who is able to get this clear again, as the Zoo just can't get this barrier. They do finally get it now, as Siphon pushing with Nero. Nero actually almost goes down to a piercing shot here, but is able to hold on to their life for now.
Exactly. Saitan also low, even just as that midfielder, constantly being pressured out by these slimes, constantly being pressured out by Cookies, but they do manage to pick up both of the best here. Balu with a core flip here, pops it, shoots it up, but denied out Giovanni. Beautiful core flip here by Giovanni to cancel out that core flip from Balu here, as Balu looks for the goal. Never mind though, it's Saitan that picks it up with a perfectly placed pillar.
An incredible pillar angle, actually perfectly shooting that bottom side. Sloth just not quite ready for it, and this is the offense that the Zoo kind of need. They want to wait for this overtime Rune Pillar core speed, potentially, to maybe help them out, but so much damage here, making it really impossible to stall this long.
Exactly, just all this damage, as you can see, like just so much damage being tossed out here from both teams, like on the side of Zoo here, actually looking to fight back with damage as they bully out Giovanni to look to do the same thing that is being done to them on the side of Saitan, but who's just taking the brunt of the beating here instead now.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard, right? Because Giovanni, with this siphoning one, it's not just damage, it's also healing. So even though they're getting him low constantly, it's just not quite enough. The healing, the pressure, and Sloth pushing up, rotating with Giovanni to get this first point for TMCT here.
Actually, a beautiful slot over from Sloth, the goalie here of TMCT, stepping up and showing that he is no slouch here as well as a goalie player on the back end. Nero, even though on that Kai, is finding it extremely hard to want to leave the goalie position here to help out and score goals as well. As I say that though, it's Sloth on the other end that loses both barriers, but Cookies back on the offense here, looking for barriers, looking for even more damage. Giovanni shooting out a piercing shot there just to put out a little bit more damage, a little bit more healing, and oh my word, beautiful passing plays here through Saitan over to Balu and down into the goal.
Incredible sequence from the Zeus, showing signs of life, even for all this damage. Just playing so incredibly well on this offensive end. It's just really hard for them to, they have to heavily outplay TMCT, and they're doing a really good job of doing that right now. As Balu's doing an incredible job staying alive, so Siphon, but the flip used to take this first barrier here.
I think a big thing is just because they're capable of staying alive here, right, Jay, doesn't mean that they're capable of getting anything done with the fact that they are alive as well. You are right, Balu is doing a great job, Saitan is doing a great job now from staying alive, but look at where the core constantly is. It's always being sent on the defense for them. Saitan tries to go for a KO here onto Cookies as Cookies looks to try and send the core into the barrier, but no, defended out by the back end from Saitan. That prime time really showing its prowess right now. Core gets core flipped and sent right through by Sloth. It tries to slip its way past Nero, but Nero and Saitan both work in tandem to ensure that core does not fly through. Cookies with a beautiful hook tries to pick it up, and we are going back into a little bit of a stalemate here. Never mind though, as I say that Caster's Curse, as we find the kill on the top end here over onto Balu, but both barriers open for the side of Sloth.
Really dangerous situation. Even on the power play, your net's open in OT against Rune. It's very scary, but the banish is coming out here. The pillar plays to potentially stall things for now. Siphon drops back for the orb. Balu does take the middle orb here, but it is Siphon that is going down, and Cookies takes the second barrier.
Cookies takes that second barrier and the goal as well. Cookies, what a play! Shooting the shot in a position, in a timing that Nero was not expecting. Just absolutely outplaying Nero. Nero did try to defend with that Giga Blast, but was so misfortunately timed from the fact that Cookies was waiting that extra half a second, 2 seconds for Nero to shoot out that Giga Blast.
And just Cookies never runs out of cooldowns. Like, I'm just watching so many primaries being thrown out, and it's just so hard for the side of the Zoo to do of Giovanni. Unfortunately, missing this flip here, but still one barrier down.
Alright, just like so many cooldowns, like you said, from the side of Cookies, just ensures that not only is Cookies, constantly keeping core pressure up, but at the same time also constantly doing damage on the board, constantly ensuring that, he stays alive as well, and stays alive and well against these teams.
Yeah. It just makes it so hard for the side of Zoo to really get anything, as Balu actually almost goes down to the top spin. That does stay alive. Start this top corner offense, but the triple hold for the side of TMCT clears it away and almost actually takes the barrier.
And they are back on the offense here, so Cookies still does have that core flip. Core flip is popped on the defense side, Cookies pops his as well, and Balu also low. We might be looking at a little bit of damage soon, but never mind though. The vicious Vambrace keeps Balu up and healthy, and Balu does have that core flip now on the defense. Nero getting bullied out here on the back end by Cookies. Also low already, a core flip here from Sloth to send it forward. Cookies in a 1v1, 2v1, 3v1, and cannot get it through just yet.
And I mean, it feels like just two different games are going on here. It's Cookies versus Nero, and then Balu Siphon versus Geo Sloth. Anytime that the Zoo has offense, Nero's just getting damage pressured by Cookies, who sneaks it through the flip and the Giga Blast. Such an unfortunate point for the Zoo, who really needed this set to kind of counteract this damage.
That is really unfortunate indeed. Saitan does pop out that core flip, but it did not catch the core in time. Really, really unfortunate. Anyways, going on over here to the Awakening phase, and I do expect Sloth to be picking up the extra special. A beautiful deny going against the rune here of Saitan.
Yeah, I mean, Siphon is going Deadeye for potentially more damage here, but Cookies is just able to get size, and that's really scary.
But we might see them fight back a lot here, considering the fact that now Saitan does have that dead eye, but we might be seeing a blunder here on the side of Zoo, giving that spark of leadership over onto Giovanni. Giovanni sitting at 2 sparks now, all the damage flying out, and that is a kill for Saitan. Cookies also low already, and never mind though, as I say that maybe it was the right pick. That dead eye definitely gonna be a problem here for the side of TMCT.
I mean, instant value, kind of that fight back value that they need, giving Siphon a bit more KO pressure on this Banish combo as this corner offense to take the second barrier, the Death Touch. Everything is just being thrown at the Sloth. What a clear through the pillar! Perfectly despawned at the right
Somehow
time.
Sloth manages to clear through a pillar, put him up against a wall, but no, he will not break. Anyways, though, it still looks like it's gonna be really bad for them as constant core pressure flies onto the side of TMCT's defense here. Balu sitting at the front constantly with Saitan ensuring that this core never flies back. It does go back for a little while longer, but all this pressure is going out against Saitan with that core flip, sends it through, goes for the shot, and hits it in as well. Beautiful shot from Saitan to send that core right in.
Incredibly well played, and they have the ability to fight back. They took Cookies low for the first time ever in this game. Even with this bulk up and Vambrace, they are able to do enough damage to kind of chip down TMCT here, and it's exactly what they need to do.
Exactly. You are right, but here's the thing that I'm still worried about for them though, right? It is all on the hands of Saitan's banish. It's all on the hands of Saitan's ultimate. So whenever Saitan does not have that banish, does not have that ult, what are you gonna do in terms of damage? You are gonna score the core, that's what you're gonna do. Balu with Pendulum Swing picks up the second barrier as they look for the goal. Cookies forced to come back to the defense there as they do lose their midfielder Saitan. Balu constantly keeping up the pressure here. Never mind though, core goes back and picks up a stray barrier. Nero, you can't be letting that one through. Cookies flies up here with the dash. Sloth on the bottom side with some of the slimes, but it does not fly in just yet. A piercing shot to attempt at a goal, but does not find it in. It's a core flip here from Balu, shot straight at Giovanni. Giovanni stands strong though, as a little bit of a stalemate is happening here in between both of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, what a hold there by Nero as the core bounces around off of the tiny corners here. Nero in a really dangerous situation. So what can you do? Bounce House. Cookie's able to put in the bottom side of Geo with this hit stun here on Nero.
Exactly. Beautiful stun here coming out from Geo to assist with that goal going in there. It's just, again, pressure from this team that is really hard to play against. Consistent pressure as well. Just being able to do their job really well here. Cookies, yet again, pulling Nero on the back here, constantly seeing the fact that Nero has that low stagger bar and, just ensuring that Nero cannot be doing much here for his team. And oh, never mind though, as I say that, Nero is no longer the target, but they do pick up Balu here. Cookie somehow getting the second barrier, sends it down to Giovanni, which picks up the easiest goal of his life.
A really unfortunate misstrike by Nero. This is the worst time for it to happen. Is now it is match point for TMCT on a really damage-heavy form too.
Indeed, and here comes the banish along with that damage from the pillar. Cookie's looking oh so low, but keeps his life for a little while longer, pulls himself closer to him. Is Saiton as we go back into a little bit of a stalemate here in between both teams. Giovanni being forced to pop that conflict to try and win out that midfield fight.
And so much damage being thrown onto Balu here, so in a very dangerous situation. Cookie's kind of hovering for this potential KO, but still pushing the core towards the top side as well. Balu in a really dangerous situation, forces the evade. Cookies is just going to take this free KO.
Cookies picks up that kill, and they are putting themselves oh so close to winning this next set already in a 3v1 here. Nero with no evade, but a double banish here coming out from Saiton to potentially buy a little bit more time for Balu to come back here. Cookies goes for multiple combos here, but does not find anything. Finds a kill, actually. Nero also low, already goes for the hook, but does not find him. There is Nero as well. Saiton in a 1v3 cannot hold on.
Yeah, and the damage pressure was just so strong. They put the core on top of Nero, and Balu kept holding it there while Cookies just jumped in and did so much damage. And it's unplayable for the Zoo, right? Even if you evade, even if you just they're just going to take the barrier and score. You have to hit the core, and that's exactly what TMCT wants you to do. They're just going to take you out and confidently win this first game.
Exactly. A really strong performance here from the side of TMCT. And I say this in every single one of the series that I go to, right? If you are currently on the side of Zoo, what are you doing to respond? What are you doing to get back at the fact that, you just got absolutely crushed here by TMCT?
I mean, it's so hard to deal with. I mean, I think that, I don't think Cyphon can take slick kicks, I think, is the unfortunate reality of this patch, because you don't want to be, interacting with the core for speed. Because if you interact with the core, your speed won't matter, you're just going to get hit. And that's just the meta we're in. We're in Siphoning 1 meta. You're not allowed to have speed. You're not allowed to have fun. You can't fly. You just have to hit people.
Exactly. A lot of damage, especially coming out in this specific patch that we are here in today. And we'll have to see how the teams decide to adapt and bring them out. And especially TMCT seems to be adapting especially well here against Zoo, that's to say, with this new patch, bringing that Vicious Vambrace to keep their brawler alive, bringing that Siphoning Wand to put out extra damage to keep, Giovanni alive as well. It's just so much pressure here from the side of TMCT, not only in core control, but as well as in damage. What do you do against this team?
Yeah, and there's not a clear answer yet. I mean, this patch is very new, right? And it's been a very clear Siphoning Vambrace meta, and nobody's had an answer for it yet. It's really hard to find this answer. I've noticed that even with momentum boots nerfs, a lot of goalies are still taking momentum boots just due to the fact that, a lot of the times goalies aren't getting hit. A lot of the times, if you can just, fly up as goalie and kind of, push up and help your team do more damage or rotate with your teammates when they've taken a ton of damage, I think that's, the big difference maker in a lot of these games is if you're really confident as a team and your goalie is able to rotate forward while somebody who's low gets the heal up and play a bit of defense, I think that is been a big difference maker in which teams have been succeeding in this patch.
I think that's also a big thing here that you touched on, right? The fact that both of the goalies were using mom boots, right? Just ensured that TMCT were getting a lot more value out of it. Why? Because Cookies was allowed to play his game. Cookies was allowed to sit at the front and deny that Mom Boots away from Nero. Meanwhile, Balu and Saitan are having a hard time denying that away from Sloth. Sloth being able to abuse that Mom Boots here, like you said, to rotate with his team along with all that damage, to send the core up, to play that midfield position even here, even when he is at the back end as a goalie. Just having that Mom Boots extra pressure away from the enemy team is just such a big value and difference maker here for the side of TMCT.
Yeah, I definitely agree, right? Like, the main thing is like, when TMCT was on offense, Balu was really low and staggered constantly and wasn't able to really push Sloth out of the play. But yeah, Cookies, like, as you said, was just able, even when the Zoo were on offense, he trusted his team to win the 2v2 and just kind of harass Nero and not let him push up and do a ton of damage so that when they do get offense, they can just KO Nero and get a free offense. And we saw that with the 8 KOs Kazan. And
it's not just Nero as well, right? It's also the midfielder. Like, we're losing players left, right, and center here from the Zoo. And it's just so hard to hold on, like we said, against that damage. So hopefully we see Saitan look to reply back and pick up the siphoning wand as well as changing to a different character, because we know Rune is not a character that's really capable of abusing, right, that siphoning wand. With so little hits, Rune's just not built for siphoning wand.
yeah, you definitely want to pick something more like this Estelle, this Amy, who have so many heavy hits. Because the drain on Siphoning Wand, I think this patch is 8%, and you heal 125% of that 8%. So it's something like that would, yeah, like 10% of your max stagger per heavy hit is getting healed while you're draining a bunch. And Amy, I think, has been the big user that I've seen of it in midfield, because all she has is heavy hits. So you're doing so much drain, especially when you get Stinger, it's unplayable. You get hit once, and like even if you escape, your stagger's still being drained. Like, what do you do?
Exactly, and like going into this next game already on AdLab here, we have an opening of both Missile Prop and and Timeless as well. And again, TMCT bans out the Atlas here.
Yeah, I think it's very clear that they seem a lot more comfortable out-damaging Zoo. Because, I mean, that seems like really the only reason that they would ban this out was because one of the 2 healing characters in the game, and now is in like kind of a rough spot right now, just due to the fact that she is the lowest stagger character in the game. She just gets one shot this patch, so like her healing is a lot less valuable. So like kind of getting rid of the primary healer, with Atlas and stuff, just proves that they really just want to out-damage the side of the Zoo.
Exactly, and not only that, but picking up this Drekar here, slotting themselves into a really good position with the M-Prop as well, it's just going to be also pain. We know Drekar is capable of a lot of damage already, even without Awakenings, with that extra damage from that secondary, that extra damage now being added on with that missile propulsion, just means so many more kills are going to be on the board here for TMCT.
I mean, Jakar is one of the primary brawlers this patch. Very, very strong, especially with the siphoning. The siphoning plus multiple debuff. It's so much damage, so much drain. It's so strong, but the big thing to note is it's going to probably be against, I imagine, Kai Goli, which very, very KOable. And Cookies is going to have very much fun just sitting on top of somebody and doing a ton of chip damage, especially with the Estelle backing him up.
I mean, that is true, right? But again, we have a M-Prop start. This is a start that enables this Kai as well to fight back really well. Like, we might not even see Cookies being the one picking up the kills here. He might just be getting brawled out on the back end by Nero here. But if Nero does choose to commit these abilities to keep Cookies away from himself, to keep Cookies in a low staggerable position, in a position that they might die off here, then the question is, what do you have for defense afterwards, right?
I mean, actually looking at this, and we actually have a Dubu pickup by the Zoo, so I'm kind of curious where everything will lie in terms of positioning-wise, because I don't think this is a Kai Goli anymore.
I mean, it might be, it might not be. It's a little bit hard to tell because we don't have we don't exactly have a main brawler here. Yes, you could argue that Aimi kind of fits into that position, but considering the fact that Aimi wants to play off of those bubbles, wants to play off of that stun a lot more, just means that it might be a lot harder for that Aimi to play in that extremely aggressive position on the front here, right?
Yeah, and this comp is kind of a weird combination of like, they can very much fight back, especially on the start. Like with the, as you said, the Kai missile prop, there's a lot of damage. Amy in general, this patch is a lot of damage, especially if like this timeless turret can kind of chip away. And Dubu is a character that notoriously can just like KO you for fun. This character actually has like an absurd amount of knockback for like no reason. So it'll be really interesting to see if they can beat this like really heavy chip damage comp from TMCT, who are running the same defensive core as last game, it seems, with the Juno cell.
Exactly. You are right. We'll have to see like what they are gonna do here against TMCT. But so far, it is not looking good here for the Zoo. Not only are we as the casters having to, figure out a little bit here and there on what they even might be playing to begin with here, right? But like all I'm saying is that Drakkar pick is gonna be a menace here, Jay. It's gonna be a really big menace here for the side of Zoo to go against.
Yeah, it's so hard to play against because it's like you can't evade all of Jakkar's damage. It is instant with shotguns. The secondary makes him invisible, so you don't even know where he is. And the multiple plus siphoning debuff combo, it's like you can't avoid the Drakkar trip damage. It's gonna happen. And then like Geo and Sloth can just combo off of it, and it makes it like nearly unplayable. As we have a Dubu forward with Vambrace here.
So I mean, we do guess what's happening here, and Balu does go for that Dubu forward with Vambrace, and Saitan actually still choosing to kick onto that slick kicks here for some reason, like even though they were struggling earlier, even with that slick kicks against this siphoning one, double siphoning one actually, from the side of Cookies and Giovanni here together.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy because, like, I genuinely think Amy is the best siphoning one user in the game. Of course, all heavy hits so much strain and chip damage, and like, imagine if siphoning one was on Siphon there, Geo would have been staggered, and it would have made the situation harder. But of course, there's just so much damage. Anyways, so much pressure with this timeless turret. Balu looking really low, but the Vambrace healing is able to help as they take the second barrier here.
Exactly, and Zoo really look to be finding the response, finding the goal as well as Balu on this Dubu forward seems to really be doing the damage that they need. And you know what? Maybe I might take my words back here. Maybe Saitan is allowed to get away with that slick kicks simply because of the fact that Nero is on that back end providing that damage with that Kai on that missile propulsion as well.
Ton of damage, a lot of good fight back potential here, but Siphon looking really low with Flip up, but is able to retreat for an orb here. Kind of trying to push towards the top side. Can't find anything but Flip. Nero losing a barrier as well.
That's not gonna be really good. Nero trying to aura farm us as he tries to go for a back clear here, but misses it out. The timeless turret comes up here, but does not find much pressure. It's Cookies that's also low, and Sloth to lose out the barrier as well. Balu down to Saitan, Saitan up back to Balu, and they dribble the core around just a while longer while trying to get the core in. Giovanni forced to pop the core flip here on the defensive position, and just so much pressure for them against, but Cookies does pick it up, gets the kill as well. If the core flies forward here to Cookies, he gets the goal, but Balu holds it out. Also patient is Balu. Saitan tries to go for a kill on the top here with that Aimi dash, but picked out instead by Giovanni.
Is Sloth had free pass to Cookies with the slide, but then struck it up to Balu, which is a really unfortunate misplay, but does end up redeeming it here with this slime to put it in the bottom corner.
Exactly, some beautiful slime placement for Sloth here to pick up the goal away from Nero, which did not have many abilities to play against that one.
Yeah, kind of hard to counteract all of this as the damage pressure was just so strong there. Balu may be able to stay alive, but it's kind of hard when there's so much damage. Never mind, Balu goes down to a Drakkar combo here as, like, TMCT are just so strong right now.
Exactly, like we talked about that Drakkar, right? And it's really starting to show now. With all that pressure from that Drakkar coming out, a really unfortunate spawn timing here from the black hole to pick up both of the barriers already. Nero pops that blazing pace to try and keep himself alive away from the side of Cookies here. He picks up that orb from the back end and, just teasing Nero a little bit here on the front. But it's Giovanni to put an end to Nero's suffering here and picks the goal
side, you know, Balu can just walk back and play Dubu goalie whenever Nero takes damage. But it's really hard because now Nero and Balu don't have evades, and Cookies is lurking with the Shakar.
Exactly, and like just look at all that damage that's coming out here. Cookies does get put really low here from the side of Balu, but it seems like a little misplay might happen. Never mind though. Saitan, look at that. One combo from Cookies, it's all it takes to put Saitan down to 0 HP. Nero does try to help here and keep Saitan alive. Like the whole side of Zoo here is just constantly in a game of cat and mouse to keep themselves alive away from Cookies here. Cookies just having a field day right now, walking up, shotgunning this person, walking around, shooting that guy, you know. Cookies just having a good time right now on the field.
Yeah, this is the classic Jakar gameplay, and that Crystal Forge just KOs, and Siphon can't do anything in this corner as incredible damage pressure and cooldown pressure by Sloth and Geo to take this first set.
I believe that might be one of the luckiest KOs I've ever seen, by the way. That the Estelle out, I believe it was the final volley, the one at the very edge, that hit him at that angle. Otherwise, I don't think the rest of the Estelle like volleys have been able to kill him at that angle.
Yeah, that was definitely like the only Crystal 4 that would have killed, and it was still a weird bounce. It just didn't look normal at all. But Balu gets peak performance. Maybe Nero gets recovery drone. I mean, we might be able to live.
You're not living, sure, but like we don't know if that really might be the case, right? Cookies does pick up build different here, so you know, all that damage, all that extra health that they just pick up, you know, might just be for naught against Cookies. And you know, as we say that, don't like look at that already. Titan put down to 0 stagger and taken out away. Cookies gets the barrier as well as he lurks for his next target. Looks to be narrow on the board.
Yeah, and I mean, the unfortunate reality is Cookie's Jakar combo was almost killing Siphon, but Siphon did pick up survivability and Cookies picked up damage, so now the combo just one-shots. And that's the thing is, it's like, there's no Vambrace, there's no siphoning on Siphon, so like, you just can't heal. Cookies can just sit on top of you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
That is true, but like the thing is, like Saiton is definitely like, you know, struggling here as we see the side of both Cookies, not only Cookies actually. I was just like to touch on the fact that Giovanni's playing a big part into all of this damage, as that siphoning one, that M-prop from the Crystal Taunts is just doing so much right now. Like look at that, Nero forced to pop the elusive here to try and stay alive away from Cookies, but just constantly not allowed to play more here, right? And like you have to question at that point, like what are you willing to give up? Are you really willing to give up the core and letting it go into your barriers, letting it go into your just like that to keep yourself alive?
And that's just the hard thing is it's like you could just say Nero, okay, get out of the play, you know, just save your recovery drone, but you're gonna lose the point anyways, and it's really hard. Even with this, even with Balu like trying to play second goalie here, it is like near impossible for Siphon specifically to get value. And without your midfielder, the game is really hard because you just have no presence, you know, in this midfield to kind of start your offense. As TMCT are just running over the game. The hold for now, Geo just doesn't strike. Potentially wants more damage in the mix as it is converted, and probably one of the most dominant sets we've seen.
Yeah, just so much pressure from the side of TM here. Like we said, not only from Cookies, right, but at the same time from Giovanni as well. Like with all that extra damage, like we didn't even talk about it earlier, but with all that extra damage from the side of Glass Cannon also, you know, it's just gonna be so tough for them to play against.
I mean, Cookie's picking up this prize fighter for more damage scaling. This awakening is pretty severely changed. Less power per stack, but now you can get up to 4 stacks. But Cookies has been getting enough KOs to get 4 stacks pretty easily, I'd say. Balu actually picks up more stagger, but I don't think that they are the one getting focused down here, so it might not matter. Balu, 2 Siphon trying to potentially find some offense here. As Balu actually gets a KO here, Siphon taken really low, but is able to place the turf and now potentially help out on this offense. As Siphon up to Balu, kind of dribbling towards this top side. Siphon able to heal up for now, but the power play is disappearing. Sloth actually taken really low here. Siphon dashing in to kind of do it a little bit more damage, but every time Siphon gets into play, there's so much damage being thrown out, and an immediate KO is taken. Cookies getting the second prize stack as the offense also continuing. Balu trying to kind of dribble away for now. Nero out of evades now for this dangerous situation, being pushed up with this topside pressure, but unable to find anything. Sloth pushing it back to Geo. Sloth to Cookies, unable to find anything. The Gale Blast clears it for now, now as Geo potentially trying to do more damage to Siphon, who's looking really low and doesn't have evade in a really dangerous situation, and then goes down to the point blank. Crystal Thorns from Balu pushing with the Tofu Fortress, but can't find anything here. It's Neuro pushing up, trying to clear things around for now, but Cookies has all the cooldowns now in a really dangerous situation. Neuro, no barrage, but Siphon's back online. Neuro in a really dangerous situation here. And this is just so hard to play around for Siphon. He's just taking low, but does get this barrier. Help it with the turret, the flip used, unable to find anything. Siphon, so much damage taken, the black hole popped, the slimes pushing the core out. Siphon just goes down. So much damage pressure. Sloth passing the Geo to Cookies. Can't find anything for now. This team player value, though, could potentially be huge, and the shotgun puts it in.
Exactly, just so much pressure here, like we said. And not only, I just keep saying it, but I just keep touching on it here. Giovanni really putting in all that extra work here on this Estelle, and not only Giovanni, right, but Sloth as well on the back end here. Balu does try to fight back here on the front end against Giovanni, putting Giovanni also much lower than he already is. Tries to go for the second barrier here though, but it's Cookies that gets the first kill of this round already. Cookies looking for the next target here over onto Nero. Nero also low already, and Cookies tries to pick up the kill, but it's Giovanni that finds it instead. Not only do they get the kill as well, but a denial of that resurrection as well. It's just going to be so much to play against here.
So much powerful offense. The Fireball Sentry able to clear things for now as Nero gets back online. But how long can Nero last before get taken out by the Shikar? As there's just so much damage to the board, but it's actually Cookies that is getting taken low.
Cookies is getting taken low, but the question is, can they secure this? Because if they cannot, then Cookies is just going to keep doing this thing. And they do. They do secure the kill, but a trade out, a refrag from the side of Giovanni. Picking up a kill on the top side here against the midfielder here of Saitan. Balu tries to go for a play here against Giovanni, but does not get a call down. Picks up the barrier actually though. A Giga Blast to put Cookies also low on the back end a little bit more. Saitan with that IME turret down the midfield. The cars come flying. Sloth on the back end 1v1s the turret. It's Cookies to try go for the goal and doesn't pick it up just yet. It's Balu, almost gets it in. Giovanni does still have this call flip here. A blink over from Saitan, almost gets it in through Sloth as the call bounces back off and into the hands of Giovanni, which picks up the goal.
I mean, such a difference maker. Siphon committing into the offense, which is the correct play, but just unfortunately barely missing that strike, and then it makes things impossible for Nero to really deal with on the counterattack due to all this core speed. And we are on match point. Zoo having to fight for their life here.
Exactly. And Zoo fighting for their life, but claiming a life actually. Giovanni just CD dumped all the way to hell, I might say. Saitan passes the call over to the bottom side here for Nero to try and pick up that second barrier, and he does so indeed by losing a barrier of his own instead. Giovanni just stacking even more damage, stacking even more pressure here together with the core. Cookies does try to go for the kill here onto the top end, but denied away from the fact that Balu is there to save his team.
I mean, they're just holding down this final barrier for now. Siphon is going to get taken down here, and this is so hard for the Zoo to deal with, fighting for this life. But Nero and Balu doing a really good job double going, holding his barrier, but it's just not enough. Too much pressure with the slime plus the crystal thorns. And Balu,
Oh my god!
that's Sloth!
How did that just happen? Sloth just jumped in the wrong direction, and the call flew straight in. A stray call flip from the side of Balu to somehow pick up that goal. And that is one step to Nirvana that they need oh so much. And that step is going to be also important. That's the second step as well. It is taken out of the board. Cookies, that Drekha has been deactivated for the time being. But the question is, can they convert?
I mean, that's just the thing, right? Is even if they get this KO, it's so hard to get this conversions. And I mean, what is happening to Siphon? There's so much damage being thrown out. The evade is now used, so it's such a dangerous situation to actually just get the orb.
Came back. He's just came back and already putting Saitan down to no stagger at all. Sloth being forced to pop the call flip.
Oh
Sends
my
it up to Giovanni, and Cookies picks up that second barrier also fast. They are looking for the final goal here to relegate this team down onto the losers bracket. But can they do it though? It's Cookies in a power play position here on the front side. Does choose to out Nero, but it's Giovanni that picks up the goal instead. A piercing shot pierces through. Right through the hands of Balu, and into the goal it goes.
To winners finals, you go TMCT. I think a lot of people obviously kind of expected this. This team has been so dominant, but it very much just seemed like one team kind of understood the mission with this patch, and one really struggled to fully find it. And it's just a difference maker. Double siphoning is OP.
Exactly, and like we might also just like look at that as why this team is so strong, right? The ability to identify like what is the winning play, the ability to identify the condition that they need to fill to put themselves in a better spot to win here is just done oh so fast here by the side of TMCT. Like you said, being able to identify that siphoning one is that winning play here for them just puts them on such a high position to be able to win out fast and win out hard, just constantly, pummeling the side of Zoo here. And we are starting to see a lot more aggressive plays here coming out from TMCT.
It's just, I still don't have an answer to how you play around it. Like, legitimately, the answer is just fight back and fight back. Like, it's just do more damage to the other team. It's like, anti-damage doesn't exist anymore. Like, there's no, like, just, like, quarter pressure stuff and, like, score before people KO you. You just can't. Cookies just walks up and shotguns your goalie, and the moment you're on defense, what do you do?
Exactly. Like, it's just... And, even if they do, choose to play away from this damage, like, even if they choose to, like, let's say, like, even fight back, right, okay, with this damage, EMCD have shown that they are clearly superior when it comes to core control as well. And when you let Sloth on the mom boots sit in the back and just go ham to constantly ensure that core is never on his side, damage will just keep flying your way. And it's damage that you cannot stop.
I mean, right, that's just the thing, is it's like, if the damage team has that core control, they put the core where they want it. They have full control of where the core goes, and you have to chase it. If you're chasing the core, you're taking damage. And it's that scaling that keeps going and going, and it's what made TMCT definitely very successful.
Even just looking at the stats right now, right, okay, like Giovanni sitting at 20k damage, Cookie sitting at 23, and even Sloth, the goalie as well, sitting at 12k damage, like, not so to say like the most here, but definitely being able to keep up at the very least, even almost catching up with Saitan at 14k, like there's so much damage here on the board for every single player, and it's just like, what do you do in that situation? You can't out-core control them, you have to fight back, and if you have to fight back, you just lose the core control.
Yeah, well, that's just it, is it's like, the TMCT built a damage comp, and the Zoo picked Dubu forward. And like specifically like the Kai, I think Kai specifically is terrible right now, just due to the fact that you try to run, you hit the core, that's what Kai wants to do. You can't do that. You just get KO'd. It's impossible to do anything.
I mean that is dependent though, right? Because like we know Kai, if given the right awakenings and if given the right space, is capable to play into that KO comp as well. So we might see Kai being played in a sense, in a matter of, not so much core control as we know him for, with all that speed and, the ability to just deny a push totally with Barrage, right? But we might see that Barrage and that Giga Blast come more into play as a damaging tool for the goalies here. Like Kai might be filling in a spot very soon that looks a little bit more like Vice.
Well, yeah, that's just it. Especially with the Vice band away, you want the Ami on your midfield. It's hard to really find one of those aggro goalies that does a lot of damage. Kai can definitely do that. The biggest issue really with Kai is just that, like, he doesn't have a good, like, get-offy tool, except for, like, Giga Blast, like, as a hit stun to push people away. If you walk up and barrage somebody, you're in their face. Cookies really wants you to be right in front of him so he can just shotgun you. So it makes it really, it's kind of like that balancing act. You can only really play it against certain comps because some of them just, like, steamroll you.
Exactly, and I think we do say that, but we haven't been able to see what this team of Zoo can do against EMCT if given the proper setting, right? Like, if they did decide to go siphoning one instead of that slick kicks, might it have made a bit more of a bigger difference than we are expecting, or might it just have done absolutely nothing at all, and we just see TMCT and Cookies go to town yet again?
You never know, right? We're never going to know, but it'll be interesting to see if the Zoo can bounce back in this losers bracket, right? They're on their final life of the tournament, so hopefully they can potentially bring it back.
Okay, anyways, with that being said, we're gonna send you guys off to a really quick break and return with, might I say, another really fun game, by the way.
Yeah, see you all there shortly.
And heading back into these matches yet again, Jay, we have a real exciting one coming up here. We got Luma against Happy Girls.
Yeah, I mean, this is quite the interesting matchup, you know. Second and third seed, this is going to be a very, very close matchup, I think. And we have a survivability start. We don't have a damage start. It's a miracle.
You do. We do have a survivability start. And just an instantaneous ban out of that Estelle already to cancel out that aerial start that we have starting off here.
Yeah, and I mean, you see the Zentaro ban. It's a pretty classic ban, you know. Very high presence character, very, very strong. And it'll be interesting to kind of see what comps kind of come out. We do see the Jakar again, which does scare me.
Yeah, we do see the Rekka, so we know more damage is gonna come out, but not only damage, but a lot of core control and a lot of presence as well when it comes to scoring, with the fact that we have aerials on the board here as well. And Era is finally getting picked up. I mean, I don't know about you, but that's the first time I'm seeing an Era in EUSL Season 3 so far, like post-patch at the very least, you know, that menacing Era buff patch, which was nerfed way too fast, like really nerfed way too fast. I wish it stayed a little while longer, man.
Yeah, we only really had it for a week, and she got nerfed again this patch. Her buff debuff duration is even shorter, and it's like, what are we doing? The character was already bad, and we made it worse. Let Era be good for at least a little bit.
It's just unfortunate, but I bet that aerial start will at the very least be able to make up a decent amount here for the fact that Era has been nerfed. Anyways, going in here to a map like Clarion, a very damage heavy map, I would say so indeed. And we have, you know, I would say a healthy spread of characters that are capable of both core control and brawling as well.
Oh, there's a really good mix of both here. These are very flexible comps that can kind of do whatever they want, which is really good on a start like this where you're not really starting with a ton of damage, but you're going to scale as things go on. You can kind of adapt into that damage. That is really powerful. So it'll be quite interesting to see which comp can kind of scale and run over the game more.
Definitely speaking. And then not only that, but the fact that we still do have bulk up as well just ensures that, you know, there is still that possibility of KOs just suddenly flying in onto the board, right? Being able to double stack here on top of Stagger Swagger and just, you know, take over the game, so to say.
Yeah, that's just it, right? Bulk up is not just survivability, it's also damage. And
yep, it is.
The big thing is, though, that Siphoning Wand, the main meta gear, does do drain damage, and that is percentage based. So it's not like this Stagger is your problem solver. It's not gonna save you forever. You're still gonna get chipped down.
Exactly. It's just gonna be a lot of damage here, still potentially flying in. If these teams do decide to adopt this damage heavy meta and do decide to pick up and play that Siphoning Wand here, going into Clarion Test Chamber, we do know this is a relatively damage heavy meta. You know, we got the orb in the middle. A lot of people just refer to that as, you know, the Baron buff. I mean, why not? You know, it kind of does a lot of things similar to it. It's a lot more damage, you know. We do also have that expanding Atlas orb in the middle. We have the little gates pools on the side here to just cause so much more damage here for every single player. It's just a lot to look out for and a lot to play around.
Have 0 Siphoning Wands on the board. It's a miracle. A bunch of different gears, actually, so we're very much not leaning towards damage, it seems.
It is indeed, and the only one that picks up a KO-related gear here will be Scream Elves here on that Kazan.
Yeah, I mean, the Vambrace to kind of potentially survive. Vambrace Kazan is just really good, and it'll kind of counteract the fact that Zaharnif can still do so much damage with the Jakar.
Exactly, Zaharnif is just gonna be able to not only do all the damage, but what I said earlier as well, with a lot more core control together with that aerials pick that he's been so graciously given at the start of this game as well.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just the thing, is it's you have so much dash range on the board. Alex is going to be flying, Atsuro's going to be jumping around, Zaharnif is going to be just controlling the core and taking both barriers.
Yeah, and exactly that indeed. 2 barrier losses, really Wow, I just fumbled over every single word in the English dictionary there. Really not what you want to see here from the side of Happy Girls as they look to try and get this call oh so much closer over to Alex, which just is having like a grand old time, you know, like Alex doesn't seem like he's struggling that much against all of this pressure that's being thrown onto him. Meanwhile, Zarnif though, like we said, being able to pick up both those barriers is gonna put so much pressure here onto the side of Happy Girls. They do have 2 call flips here, one being popped out already by Atsuro with a pass over onto Scream Elves, which unfortunately does not get the barrier. I believe that has been 2 Strike War wins, which they did not aim at the barrier.
Yeah, and Fang unfortunately not using the flip here, as this is a very strong start for Luma here. But the big thing to note is that Happy Girls had a lot of really good offense that like just unfortunately barely missed, you know, missing the strikes. And it's gonna, if they can start capitalizing on those, I think this game will go in a very different direction.
I think not just that, but it's a thing of confidence, right? Because you see this quite a little bit with like whenever you are put in this exact situation, when a goalie and a brawler go into a strike war position, and you know the brawler clearly wins the strike war but does not get the core in, it's clearly, I feel like it's more of a confidence issue, a confidence thing, you know what I mean? Rather than like believing in yourself and being able to outstrike that goalie, you try and make some sort of play happen, and plays are happening all over the board right now. Zarnif to pick up the second barrier and hand the core over to Llama, which slots the core right into the goal.
Zarnif doing a really good job of getting that core up to Llama before getting taken down, and I mean, incredibly well played here from the side of Luma, kind of showing complete dominance, but Alex actually ends up taking his own barrier.
A little bit of an unfortunate misplay, but being forgiven as Zarnif does pick up this barrier here of his own as well, and puts a little bit of damage over onto Atsuro.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing to note is that the Kai is a really big counter to both Judo and Kazan with this barrage, but it does not matter. I mean, what a dribble here to push it past Alex by Scream Elves.
Alves, a beautiful play with that Kazan to keep the core constantly in play, constantly in pressure here, sending it right past Alex.
I mean, so incredibly well played. The moment the barrage is down, Alex is in a bit of a dangerous situation. Barrier just barely not taken. Yet again, what a hole!
Oh my god, Alex! Amazing reaction time here from Alex to be able to save out that second barrier. Would have been also dangerous if they lost it, but keep it they will. Zarnif looks to keep up the pressure here together with Llama Craft, but Llama also low already. We talk about this damage here coming out from the sides of this map variant here.
I mean, oh, this offense, this corner pressure is
my
so much
God.
here. What can you do if you're Fang on this Aragoi? Just not many defensive tools, but what a clear! But the banish is being thrown out, pushing towards this top barrier. Does not take an incredible strike layering here from the side of Happy Girls. Fang still holding flip, using Bewitching Beam to clear for now, and I mean, what a hold!
I mean, really good hold, like you said. Zarnif being put low but heals up instantaneously as Alves, the next victim on the board here. Like, and I don't know if you saw that, but on that attacking half, it's just crazy, by the way, from both Llama and Zarnif. The way they controlled the core, just kept it in constant play, but also ensuring that the enemies did not have a chance of second striking it away.
And I mean, just so well played. Zarhanif taking the second barrier though, right? As Alves gets back online. A thorough banish. Lamacroft with the pillar on this bottom side. The Obscura form bouncing it back to Zarhanif, but it's cleared for now by Fang. And I mean, the strikes and like Strike Wars wins from Fang have just been so incredible, which is what you need on this Aragoi, who just does not have these defensive tools.
Exactly, Fang really showing an amazing job here with that era, but can only hold on for oh so while longer, you know. Against characters like Rune, against characters like Drekar, it's just so tough to hold on. It's Lamacraft though, to pick up the goal here.
Yeah, and I mean, it just seems like that Luma is just capitalizing more on these Strike War wins. They're playing more confidently in these Strike Wars, and whenever they win one, it just feels like instant death for Happy Girls.
And I think it's just, again, like that first point that I made, right? An issue of confidence. Like, Happy Girls just needs to look to dig deep and find that confidence within themselves to say, I will strike against you because I know I can win this. Because that's the thing. They are still winning a relative amount of these strike wars. But I think that lack in confidence just makes it so that whenever they do win, they don't capitalize off of it as they would have expected to, you know?
Exactly. It's just, Happy Girl starts playing with potential confidence, you know, the big issue though is really it's hard to build that confidence when you're losing because of lack of confidence, you know? And I mean,
exactly. And it just shows itself again, right? 2 barriers down and slots in as well. Like, Alex walks up here with so much offensive pressure on that goalie, on that Kai on the back end with that eject button, and that's definitely gonna be a big strike again, you know, to that confidence that we've been talking about here against Happy Girls.
all this momentum, and that they're feeling invincible right now, pretty much. It's like they have so much pressure, so much offense. They are non-stop on this defense, right? And it's just really hard for girls to really do anything.
Exactly. I mean, we say that, and you can tell a lot by the fact that Atsuro is only hovering at midfield at best. You know, like trying to make use of that aerials, like we just seen, to go back and, you know, abuse that aerials to essentially help themselves pick up the pick up the goal barrier on the back end there, right? Okay, but not walking forward and allowing Scream to play a lot more aggressively just means that, you know, Scream's gonna be in lesser positions where he can pick up those second barriers, he can pick up those goals.
Yeah, and this offense by Zarn high enough to block the mode is just so strong. What a clear, but it just goes back to Lovecraft off the bumper. What?
God. I don't even know what to say about that one. Like, what a shot from Fang. I mean, it's just so unfortunate that the way the call bounce found itself back into the hands of Lamacraft.
Yeah, that angle was very disturbing here, but this topside pressure from Happy Girls could be a good amount here, but the banish is just going to stuff out the offense.
Oh, so much damage here flying onto the side of Scream Owls as 2 core flips get popped, 1 to kill and 1 to stay alive. Zarnif and Scream loses out both of their core flips, and Zarnif getting put low. Scream Owls tries to go for the kill here, and both of the forwards on the side of Luma are also low. Scream looking for the kill here on the bottom, and Lama also low as well. Alex tries to walk up here, picking up the ability to make a play with that core flip, sends it to Lama. Lama wins out 1v1, but it's Fang on the back end to win out that second strike as well. Lama being put also low already. Zarnif in defensive position, staying there for a little while longer as Alex retreats. Zarnif walks out and loses all his health instantaneously, as well as his life as well. Lamacraft tries to go for a banish here, wins out 1v1 on the back end with that pillar on the back. Tries to go for a goal here, but it's just not happening anytime soon. Zarnif is back online and back to play. Goes invisible, but also low already. It's Lamacraft though to pick up the goal.
Unfortunately, Fang Strike just barely ended up missing, and Llama taking advantage on this top side just wide open. It's so hard for Happy Girls, because like their comp, the Era goalie comps are all about winning kickoff, pushing up, and getting pressure, but they rarely have this pressure, and the moment they do, Alex just stuffs out everything.
That's true. And like you can see a lot of it in the way that Alex is playing as well, right? Alex is not, you know, like getting into those panic barrages. Alex is not getting into those like positions, right, that he feels extremely pressured. But Alex, like or even if Alex is in these positions, you can see Alex's like confidence in just being able to just strike it away, strike it in a position that is, you know, not what you would expect, but certainly what is needed to clear against the side of Happy Girls here.
Incredible 3-person hold here from the side of Luma to hold both barriers. Lamacraft almost actually ends up getting a KO with the banish too, but the offense is potentially turning around on this top side street, but unable to really find anything right now.
Zarnif dribbling here with the help of that pillar, tries to find a barrier, but none to not. Never mind, as I say that though, Caster's Curse comes in strong as the first barrier gets picked up, and Scream Owls looking to respond with one as well. But no, denied by the fact that Rune is a character that creates walls, and walls you cannot fight to win against.
These aren't like your tofu fortresses. You can't clip right through them. These pillars
Oh
are
my
solid.
God.
Oh my!
That's not something you want to see for the side of Happy Girls here, losing out their second barrier, and a call flip here from Lamacraft. What was that angle? Tries to send it in, but none of them in a position to really capitalize here as Happy Girls go back on the offense and are looking for that second barrier of themselves. Finds a kill instead though, as Alex still does have this call flip, still does have that playmaking potential that he might need oh so much against the side of Happy Girls here, choosing to use all his abilities here and the core flip as well to keep the core away and wait for the return of Zarnif.
Alex is just playing so confidently with these Strike War wins, using speed and cooldowns at the perfect time. It just feels unbreakable. as Happy Girls just really can't get this offense going with so much pressure. The core speed now coming out in this overtime with this rune, as Zarheinif dribbling, could find something here, can't get it on Fang, but the shotgun takes the goal and the KO!
A pillar to send the core back to Zarnif, which picks up 2 things at once with that shotgun.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do if you're Fang? You know, you get a perfect clear, but no, there's just a pillar there, and then there's a Jakar in your face, and you lose. There's nothing you can do. I mean, just excellently well played offense here by Luma as the King of Blast takes down Alves.
Alex picks up a kill, like you said, with that Giga Blast on the bottom, and they're looking to convert now. Zarnif for the first barrier, and looking for the second is Lamacraft. Never mind, though, a second barrier gets picked up, but not in the favor of Luma.
Yeah, and I mean, now that Alves is back online, immediately banished, so kind of sitting around for an extra couple seconds there, but Zarheinif pushing with this flip, but an incredible crooked leverage here by Alves. The clear thing for now. Atsuro pushing with the slimes, trying to get it up to Alves, but it's cleared away. The jump not quite there. The pillar plays the secondary into core flip jump scare as it is impossible to react to. What a shotgun!
The aerials! There was no way that was gonna hit without the aerials. Zarnif's shotgun barely picks up the core and sends it right past in. Fang plays that phenomenally well, but no, just denied out by the fact that Zarnif does have the aerials, does have that extra range on the shotgun projectiles.
Yeah, and we're already on match point. The dominance from Luna is kind of similar to what we saw last series, right? Where it's just these Luma and TMCT have proven that they're dominant teams time and time again with all this pressure. Alex, what a clear away! Pushing up past the pillar 2, gets the barrier.
I mean, like you said, like this team has clearly shown that they are a extremely dominant force. And just look at the way they clear the core, right? Okay, like personally speaking, from me, I would have expected the core to go top side there, as Alex had a free clear, but no, it goes back down. And like the way that they play the core, the way they play this ball game, is just not something you would expect out of most players, which I think plays a big part into just tripping up the side of Happy Girls right now.
Yeah, they have so much unpredictability, and they're confident in doing it, right? So, like, they're full sending these clears that wouldn't normally work, and people just are never going to expect it. I would never expect it. As you said, like, it's impossible to really play around, as Alex is just expertly holding his barriers. Zarheinif is a massive Drakkar.
Oh, so much pressure here coming up from the pillar. And like you said, that Drakkar gonna put so much pressure as well. They're looking for the final goal with Zarnif to win out the 1v1. Fang gets shut down, and the goal goes in, sending them up to the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I mean, 1-0 lead for Luma in a dominant fashion. As we saw last set, it's just like, I don't know. There's so much pressure. Zarheinif and Llama with the masterclass on the forwards, and Alex just confidently winning every single interaction that he needs to.
Exactly. I think a lot of that confidence that we just keep talking about comes from Alex as well, right? Because I don't know about you personally, but when I have a confident goalie sitting on the back line, capable of, hitting all these insane clears, right? I feel I feel on top of the world. I feel like I can play the game that I want to play in the forward position as well, which is exactly what Zarnif did, which is exactly what Lamacraft did as well. Just constant pressure again and again and again. Like, don't get me wrong, Fang and Atsuro were doing a phenomenal job clearing these cores away, but they can only clear oh so much against all that pressure.
And it's like, Aragoli is strong on the offense, not on the defense. And Fang and Atsuro played really strong defense, but yeah, as you said, there's just so much pressure, and eventually you're going to break, you're going to fall, and there's just not much that Fang can really do.
Exactly, and I might be fanboying just a little bit here, but the way that Lamacraft plays the rune, right? Okay, it's done in a fashion where I think that the way that Lamacraft places his pillars are so efficient, right? Like, you don't see these pillars used very, I would say, not extremely reactively. Or I think it's a good mix of being reactive and predictable at the same time, where Llama knows where the core is going, but Llama ensures that the pillar isn't placed too early to burn out fast, or too late that it might not even fully fall. But the pillar is placed in a way so efficiently that it controls the core, and it allows for Zarnif to get into these power positions even when Llama TPs away.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just it. Llama probably straight up just hovering where he thinks the clear is going to go, and the moment it gets cleared down there, you just place the pillar. And Zarhynef very, very confident in Llama's ability to place these pillars, and just like immediately pushes on the Fang even before the pillar is placed. Like that is just confidence in your team. Yeah.
Exactly. It plays a lot as well. Like we said, right? Like the ability for Zarnif to just constantly walk up and just pummel Fang and pummel Atsuro on the defense is only capable because of the fact that Llama is there with these pillars to ensure, you know, it's a wall. It's a wall that you just can't get past. 3 seconds and you just have to strike again and again and again into the wall. But it will win you out when Zarnif is in your face with a shotgun as well.
Yeah, it's just endless pressure. And we'll see on the Taiko Temple, right? This is Luma's pick as well. You know, but a pretty comfort pick just in general around here. So it'll be interesting.
I mean, it's not really something you want to see, saying that, you know, your map pick was the one that you just lost. Like, I mean, confidence really is like the big topic of today for this specific series, right? Okay, it's gonna hurt a lot knowing that the map that you picked is not the one that you won here. They might be looking to, you know, get that tempo back up and running potentially if they can win out Taiko Temple here, Taiko Temple here. But it will definitely be tough. A hill that is also tough for them to climb.
Yeah, but you know, this is where these good teams kind of shine, right? Where you have this bounce back, you kind of save your mental, and you go into like thinking, hey, we may have just got destroyed on our map pick, but it's a new game. It is a brand new game. It's just like, this is where good teams shine.
Yeah, exactly. Like this is what separates a good team from a great team, right? Okay, the mentality of a player is extremely important in these competitive settings. You can't let that one round get you down. You can't let that one set get you down. You can't let the whole game get you down, right? Okay, because if you do, that's essentially it for the whole series. That's essentially, might even be it for the whole tournament run, you know? Like, once you let that mental get to you, it's just gonna keep eating and eating away and break you from the inside, and that's not what you want happen to you here, especially on the side of Happy Girls here, having to, you know, might have lost their map pick, but still have a chance in it and still have a potential chance, even though it's hard. That's to say, like, it is a really hard job to do against a team like Luma, to have to fight against them and climb this hill. But if they do, this will be a really, really fun underdog story to watch.
And I mean, something to note is we are getting in the draft here. The explosive entrance Spark of Leaderships and Taro immediately banned. Happy Girls do not want to see Llama Croft on this rune again, understandably so. I
mean, yeah, like we have seen the amount of pressure being put out from that room from Llama Croft, and like you said, like they clearly don't want to see. I mean, I would like to see more of it, but you know, like, that's not on me to decide, right?
It was so hard for them to play against. The ban is understandable. You know, Llama Croft putting the fear of Rune into Happy Girls, never going to see it again. And that's a big thing, right? Because now Happy Girls are tunnel visioning on this Rune ban on a start that's not necessarily amazing for Rune.
Exactly, you are right. Like, but again, you know, it is a map like Taiko Temple. The ability to just corner shove these barriers is going to be also strong. And if you put a rune pillar there, you don't need to be the one. You don't need someone standing in the back, right, to be capable of just pushing the core into you to support you with that. A rune pillar is all it will take to ensure that that core will never leave.
Yeah, I mean, that's just it. And instead, we're going to see something probably more like the Estelle, because I'm assuming this... actually, no, that's Happy Girls, sorry. So we're going to probably end up seeing this Amy, which is still really strong in this explosive entrance. And Amy is another one of those characters that could just put a creation on the field in the corner and be really powerful, but although it is on a longer cooldown.
Almost a 1-to-1, exactly the same composition here for the side of Luma, with, like you said, the little bit of adjustments here from the Amy, unfortunately getting their rune banned out. But I mean, yeah, like you said it all basically already, right? The explosive entrance start is gonna be really big here for that IME to play off of, and you know, we gotta keep our eyes out for that spark, man. Like the Thanos, you know, like Thanos's gauntlet has been open to the field. Like now we are just looking for the stones to fill them up.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see how many people take the spark. Because spark of leadership is one of those sparks, or it is like the spark where it's like, if you don't get other sparks, you get 0 value. You get none. So it's a really big risk reward thing. If like, if I win first draft and a spark shows up, and the person on my team that MVP'd had leadership, we just scale infinitely, and all the other people with leadership just don't scale.
That is true, but at the same time, right? Okay, like, if you do go triple leadership spark into a team that doesn't go triple leadership spark, you guys have essentially just effectively stat checked the whole enemy team.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like, at least on the side of Luma, you're going to see... I feel like, in general, for both these teams, you're going to see explosive entrance on the midfield and goalie, and then see sparks on the brawlers. I think that's most likely how this is going to go down.
I mean, yeah, definitely. Like, explosive entrance isn't a super useful awakening on a character like Drekar or I mean, it could be pretty useful, I would say, on characters like Drekar and Kazan, but definitely, you know, you do need a spark bearer. You can't just let the enemy get away with running the sparks and, you know, you having no ability to deny or counter, or, you know, if you do, it just ends up being a bad pick for you, and they just get another, you know, maybe not super optimal, but relatively like suboptimal pick for themselves. Meanwhile, you get nothing at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a hard dynamic, you know, this draft. It'll really be interesting to see how future drafts go down, right? And because like there's also a world where you pick up Spark of Leadership, and then all 3 sparks are in final draft, and you go to set 4 and you get no value anyways, even if you are like scaling and winning these sets. And actually, Alves is the only one going leadership, so that's a big deal.
Yep. Exactly, that is indeed, and we will have to see if Happy Ghosts do win that RNG game and essentially, you know, allow Elves to spark up here. And oh my god, like that's just not looking good already for the side of Happy Girls as they lose out Atsuro instantaneously, but somehow responding with 2 barriers of their own. The Supernova comes flying out here, and Alex is on the IME actually. Like, we thought that Lamacraft was going to be on the IME, but no, it's actually Alex on the back end, the goalie choosing to hop on that IME and returning the Kai onto the midfield here.
Yeah, and something interesting to note about this game is that Zarhynus did take Siphoning Wand this time, and both forwards on the side of Happy Girls took slick kicks. Everyone else took slick kicks, actually, besides Zarhynus. So, that, as we were talking about earlier, this kind of rock, paper, scissors thing of Siphoning Wand countering slick kicks, and I mean, the pressure to take this barrier, the drain on Atsuro, who can't get the orb, this is so dangerous for Happy Girls.
And like you said, it is indeed, and Fang also scared to clear down as Lamacraft looks from the bottom, but it does not matter. Zarnif from the top wins out the 1v1, a shotgun to send it in.
Yeah, and an incredible strong start as Luma constantly had. Alves taking so much damage here, but this push towards the bottom side, taking the bird. Actually, Zarnif goes down while invisible.
Zarnif goes down, but Llama finds the second barrier as Alex forced to defend on the back end here. Still does have that defensive tool of that core flip. Pops it, but also late it comes out. The second barrier falls, and so does Alex's hopes and dreams. Zarnif, being stunned out here by the side of Fang, chooses to elusive that away, but cannot find an angle to score here. With Atsuro and Fang just both on the back end, they do pick up the kill here though. Lamacraft and Alex working in tandem to kill off the side of Scream Alves. Scream Alves not on the board, and it's a 2v3 against 2 core flips though.
Zero is forced to use one though as Alves comes back online. A really dangerous situation here for Happy Girls, but what a core flip, a incredible weight by Fang as well. Zero trying to push in with Fang here, can't find anything as Lamacraft is able to clear, win all these strike wars, but Atsuro pushing with the piercing shot. An incredible sidestep by Alex though.
I mean, I would actually say that even with like the defense there, it was actually a net loss for the side of Happy Girls, you know, losing both of their core flips and not even picking up a goal. Speaking of goals though, Lamacraft sends it in. Atsuro, by the skin of her teeth, almost saves it up with the Rose Walk, but does not get there in time.
And I mean, that's a point that you really don't want to lose if you're Happy Girls. And, oh, but Alves immediately bouncing back the double, though.
Double barrier here for the side of ours. All they have to do now is just clear it out and get this first goal going to get the set started. A kill, no, 2 kills, and they're looking for the goal as well. Zarnif in a 1v3 situation cannot hold on as he tries his very best, but his very best is not enough. Scream out sends the call right in.
I mean, what an offensive sequence here, and Fang taking one out with the secondary, another out with the primary, and that's such a good way to bounce back. Immediate double barrier to double KO into a point, like...
Oh my god, never mind though. Zarnif is looking to respawn, and yeah, like you said, Zarnif is looking to respawn, and a kill is already coming out, and it's a 3v2 pile at the top side here. So much damage being thrown out, but nothing being found as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, what a hold by Fang, you know, forces a flip, but winning that basically 1v3 with the flip. Look, strike layering here from Atsuro and Fang, who are just holding it down, potentially trying to give Alves an option on offense. Atsuro forces the flip, though, due to the damage pressure. Alves rushing in with Fang, takes his first barrier, forces out the Firewall Sentry as well.
Yep, and Llama Craft just also low already, but still does have that blazing pace on the back end here to keep himself alive and keep himself in the play as well with that call. Does try to go for the barrage here, but gets cancelled out and, you know, being pushed a little bit further away by that secondary here from the side of Fang.
And I mean, the offense here for Luma slowly building up, but Fang cleared for now. Zarnif taken low, actually lives, even off bouncing off the drum for now.
Might not be for long though. Screamouts looking for his prey, but no, Zarnif just back to full HP already. That Stinger just clearly showing its value. It's a core flip coming out, and there's the shotgun as well. Zarnif sends the core in together with the goalie. Fang not in a position to win that one out.
Yeah, I mean, the siphoning one healing actually making such a big difference. A single shotgun was used, and it was enough to heal Zarheinef to be unstaggered. And it's just, I feel like it's so hard for Alex. This is why you normally see Vambrace on Kazan, because he's a low stagger character that has good tools to heal a Vambrace. But with this Slicks, it's like, Zarheinef just walks up shotguns, he walks away, and he can't heal.
Yeah. And like not only that, but like we said, you know, Zarnif on this siphoning one as well just means the ability to heal himself, right? All that damage that you're going to be putting out, all that pressure that you're going to be putting out. But what for? Like, what for at the end of the day if you cannot turn that into a kill, if you cannot turn that into a barrier, if you cannot turn that into a goal?
I mean, something to note is Alex actually denying a spark from Alves, who does at least get size, but you're kind of losing a bit of that spark scaling you sign up leadership for. But on the bright side, you are forcing Alex to like take a spark when he doesn't have any already.
That is true indeed, but now Alex is in a position to, you know, fight the sparks. Llama Craft with the blazing pace comes on the bottom side here. Zarnif with a blink to the front as well, and it is not in a position for Fang to fight back. 3v1, and Fang just cannot get out of that one.
I mean, what an incredible offensive sequence here, as Llama is in a bit of danger if no evade, but we'll see if Happy Ghost decide to capitalize, which they are doing a lot of damage here. Zarheinef actually almost takes out Atsuro, which would have been terrible with, especially since Zarheinef now has this adrenaline rush, and one KO could just turn around the game.
Exactly, you are right indeed, and we might see that KO coming in soon. There's the damage, the first one comes in. Zarnif looking for the second one. Screamhouse on the top side here, trying his best to keep the core alive. It's Zarnif to pick up the second one, sends the core up to Llama Craft, but Zarnif with a shotgun to the face, and Scream just loses it out.
That was just mean. We watched Zarheinef get a KO, miss a shotgun, miss another shotgun, and then just flip anyways and get an ad rush proc.
Exactly, and like speaking of the ad rush proc as well, like we have to talk about the fact that ad rush got buffed, like crazy buffed, by the way. 1.25 seconds, I believe, or 1.5 seconds.
1.5.
I like 1.5. Yeah, that's such a disgusting number on a character like Drekar with the shotgun as well, as the core just floats also everly into the round and wins them the second set.
It just feels like Happy Girls have no chance to scale, and that we could just straight up see a 6-0 sets for this series. You know, there is a very good reason why TFCT and Luma have been the top two teams, but Screamo was his last pick trying to get Spark again, unfortunately.
Not gonna pick it up. Alex definitely gonna pick up that Spark or Focus with a lot more cooldowns. That means the dashes are gonna come in so much more from the side here of Luma, and it's just gonna be, you know, so much pressure to clear against.
Oh, wait. Alex actually giving up the Spark to Screamouts, which is a big deal because cooldown Spark, especially with leadership, is really big. And it's crazy how much this game would have turned around if Alves was first pick. You know what I mean? Like, then he would have 3 sparks already.
Yeah, exactly, and then I'll also just be able to like solo carry the game, you know, stat check everyone on the board. Fang already solo, does decide to proc that heavy impact just a little while longer, but being hunted here on the back end by Zarnif. Fights back for just a little bit while, but Zarnif doesn't give up. Zarnif does not care, and Zarnif picks up the kill as well. Looking for the second barrier already is the top side here from Alex with a cyber swap. Llama Craft to strike it in, and Zarnif as well to strike for the second one.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do if you're Fang? You evade the Drakkar that's walking up to you because shotgun's not reactable. But then Zerhydif just like waits and shoots you anyways.
Yeah,
And like,
I mean,
even if Fang fights back, it's not enough.
I mean, the thing is, Fang did fight them back, but like you said, it's just not enough. Like, even though Fang was capable of putting so much damage here onto Zerhydif, right? Zerhydif just loses it all. Like, with this stagger awaken, so, you know, with this siphoning one pick here, just so much pressure. Like, look at that, man. Like, Fang just constantly on the edge, waiting and just looking to survive. It's Llama, though, that picks up a kill from the back end here with that Giga Blast. Screamhouse tries to kill off Llama, but no, Llama is just fighting and brawling Fang away.
Yeah, I mean, what an offensive sequence here. Incredible flip by out. So what a cyber swipe in to just beat out Atsuro here.
I mean, nothing much that they can do about that one. Even if Atsuro does choose to go elusive there, having to win a 1v1 strike war against the cyber swipe is no simple task.
Yeah, and I mean, we're already on match point.
Oh,
But
Atsuro finds a kill though, and Zarnif is so low already. Screamhouse hunting for the kill, but it's Alex on the offense somehow. Alex picks up one barrier, but might have gotten a little too greedy. Zarnif on the defense managed to stay alive against that piercing shot, and they go back into a little bit of a stalemate as Llama is back. Never mind, as I say that though, the second barrier goes down. Fang seems to have given up.
yeah, it definitely seems that way, as this game just really didn't go the way of Happy Girls, and you have to wonder how much of a mental killer it is to just get 6-0'd and then immediately have to go into a loser's bracket set to fight for your life.
Exactly, yeah, like it is true, but you know, now they are in losers bracket against Zoo, and keep in mind, okay, we're not gonna be casting it, but keep in mind the next game that we're going into is gonna be all or nothing. Getting 6-0 and going into losers bracket here from the side, and you know, it's gonna be a really big question, right? Which team is gonna come out on top now? Are Zoo capable of, you know, picking up the amount of time that's given to them to rest and, you know, recuperate their mentality to go into this next game? Or will this team here of Happy Girls still be warm off of this game and still be capable of fighting back against Zoo now? Because next one that gets hit out is out for sure. No longer in the playoffs they will be.
Yeah, you're fighting for your life. Both teams got honestly murdered. Like, fully murdered. And it's all about who can, bring back this momentum, bounce back. The Zoo have, like, this ability to bring back their mental. Happy Girls able to just go in and be like, okay, you know, the Zoo, they're not like Luma. They're definitely a weaker team. I mean, obviously, both these teams lost in, like, confident fashion, so they're very much gonna be a little, like, it'll be a really close battle. I think this will probably be the best series of the day.
Yeah, more definitely for sure. I mean, you know, push a small creature into a corner and they will bear their fangs, and their fangs they will bear indeed. Happy Girls and Zoo, a game that you guys will not want to miss, coming to you really soon. But you know, we do have that coming up soon. But let's talk about this game. I mean, realistically, is there really anything to talk about? Like, it's just absolute domination here coming out from the side of Luma.
Yeah, I mean, again, time and time again, just proving TMCT, Luma, the top two teams, the teams to beat. Very much, these are just the two teams that, like, every team in EU wants to take down right now, and it's proving to be a really hard task.
Yeah, that is true, but I will have to say, like, we want to talk about the difference in between these two titans, right? Okay, and I think it speaks a lot on like I touched on earlier in that first series, and I touched on as well in this series. When it comes to TMCT, we are looking at a lot of consistency You don't see a lot of flashy plays. You don't see a lot of crazy, oh my god, we got like 6 kills this round, right? Okay. But you do see a lot of very basic plays, but plays made in a way that they force the opponent into a position where they cannot fight back, where it's just like, you take this and lose, or you go into a different position and lose anyways. Whereas when it comes to a team like Luma, right, we are looking at a lot of confidence, a lot of unpredictability. Like, if anything, the exact difference of a team like TMCT, a team that you would expect to see something flashy so ever once in a while, a team that clearly has shown their capability of rotating a lot as well. Like, I don't know if you realize that, but the amount of times I see Llama on defense and Alex on offense instead it's crazy. Like, they just put Alex on this position, on these strikers that are capable of putting out so much pressure as a goalie.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I was talking about it earlier in the first series, and it's like, especially in this damage-focused meta, if you're comfortable rotating with your goalie, confident as a team of doing these fast rotations, maybe having your goalie just play offense for a little bit, it's a big X factor that not a lot of teams have.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you are right. You are right about that. And I think even though we did say, TMCTR another Titan to look out for, it's not something we really see out of them. Sloth is always in that goalie position, capable of, defending it really well. Like, don't get me wrong, Sloth does an amazing job at it, but not having that X factor, like you said, might be the breaking point. But unfortunately, that is a match that we will not be seeing today. We will, however, be moving over to the losers bracket, where we see both Zoo and Happy Ghost fight for their lives and bare their fangs against each other, as the next one that loses is out of this series.
And I'm curious, what are your predictions for the series? What do you think is going to go down here?
Oh, yikes. I mean, honestly speaking, I think a lot of it is probably going to come down to mental, man, because I feel like these two teams, they are, I would say, relatively equally balanced. Like, they both definitely have their strengths and weaknesses, but I would say overall, these teams are extremely capable of, putting up a fight against each other. I think what's really gonna be the difference maker here is, how they took these losses, right? Okay, whether if both teams manage to keep a good mentality throughout these losses, then I would definitely be siding on the side of Happy Girls here, because Happy Girls are a lot warmer right now. They just got out of a game. They have maybe another 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes tops before the next game. So they're still warm. They're still in it. They still feel it going. You know what I mean? Whereas Zoo took their loss and they've been sitting in the back and waiting for a decent amount of time. Yes, it allows them to recuperate that mentality, but at the same time, it means that they are a lot colder right now than Happy Girls, right? They might not be able to push through that the fact that they are not as warm as Happy Girls and fight against and be able to win. They might take a little bit more time to build into that state.
I do think that my big prediction for this is Happy Girls is probably going to take the first game pretty comfortably, and then I think the series can just go anywhere.
Yeah, I agree. I think what's it called? Back onto the point that I was making. The fact that Happy Girls are a lot more warmer now. They can probably comfortably take the first one, but if Zoo can mentally recuperate from that and stay calm, stay collected, like you said, the series can really go anywhere. It's a hard one to tell. And if anything, I think it might be. I mean, not to say that these games weren't good, but they were kind of expected one-way stops. Okay? If anything, a dogfight, which we want to see and we will be seeing, will be this next two teams that just fight against each other after taking their losses.
Yeah, and by the way, vote for the series MVP. The poll is now up, so
it's up indeed. Yeah, vote for the winners here of vote for the MVP player here of this current series against these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, as you were saying, I mean, we expected these games to kind of go how they did. I didn't expect them to be the stomps that they were. It very much seems like that Luma and TMCT adapted to this patch really well, and it's.
I mean, I know TMCT adapted to it well, but I don't know so much talking about the fact that Luma has really adopted it. Because we do still see Llama on these more speed-based picks, right? Okay, playing that slick still. But we definitely do see Zarnif choosing to pick up that siphoning one. You know, like you do want that brawler on the siphoning one, but the fact that TMCT have decided to place both their forwards on the siphoning one, you have to really question, you know, like is the unpredictability and the playmaking of Luma capable enough to outplay and, you know, use that speed to their advantage, okay, to just, you know, absolutely demolish TMCT, or will the damage just be too much to cross through?
That's just it, right? It's going to be a very volatile matchup, and it's exactly the polar opposite of what I expect from our next series, right? Both teams that are very much looking forward to the meta are picking slicks like constantly. Like, I mean, Balu took Vamburst, but other than that, I think both these teams were just taking slicks. And we might not see a damage meta next series.
Yeah, we might not indeed. Like, but who knows? Or maybe one of these teams have finally picked up on what is the strongest thing in the game and chooses to abuse it against their opponents in these next series. You know, might be a little bit uncomfortable on the not so, you know, picks that they're so like used to, or picks that they're not as used to. But if they do manage to pull it off, it's gonna be a fun series to watch. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm excited for it, and I think we're gonna hit a very small break, and that is the end of our casting block. So enjoy the final series.
Indeed. Yep, enjoy the final series of the day, night, wherever you might be. I've been Xylo, joined with me is Jay, and we will see you guys next time.
5. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to more EUSL playoffs. We had 2 games in the winner's bracket today, and now we're in the loser's bracket. I'm joined this time by P-Flare. How's it going?
Goes good, goes great. Definitely looking forward to this. I believe what we have set up right now is Zoo and none other than
Happy Girls.
Yeah, Happy Girls. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this one. Zoo has had flashes of absolute greatness all season. Happy Girls had a couple stumbles here, there, but they've punched through. So these two going at it is going to be very interesting. What is your take on initial prognosis for how this match is gonna fly?
Yeah, so there are a few things here I kind of want to talk about, right? One is that Zoo is not running full main roster, right? They played with Balu earlier today. Didn't go particularly well, though that was a relatively expected outcome with how TMCT has been so dominant this season. And now they have subbed out Balu and are bringing in Ivy Snivy, likely moving Scython back to the brawler position and making Ivy Snivy midfield. As for the draft, heavy impact timeless creator. That instantly means a Vice and Drakkar ban, no surprise. And I think I prefer the Aimee Estelle X comp from Happy Girls over this Atlas Era Zentaro comp, just because Era as a midfielder is not really that great, especially when the enemy backline is playing double ranged, right? It means they can dump out so much damage just on you, and you can't play for that core control as much as you were hoping to.
No, that makes a lot of sense with how these two teams have kind of like shaken out. So, one of the things I do definitely agree with you with is I'm concerned about how the Zoo is going to be able to kind of operate, be able to kind of like continue cohesion with how they've been switching in and out, you know, third people, and that can be a big issue, right? That just because, like, yeah, you may know these people, you may play with them a lot, but it takes a really, really good mind to be able to shift like your playstyle on the clutch, like without warning when you have to sub in someone else, like even on your same team. So definitely gonna have to see how they manage to navigate that issue as we get started here.
Yeah, issue does need to be navigated, but one really cool thing I want to talk about, right, is right now we're in a pretty heavy damage meta, and one thing I haven't really seen yet in either of the series so far is anything like that double siphoning wand that we've been kind of tinkering around with a lot in NA, and people have been saying is, you know, the current new meta tactic, right? But as a counter to that potential double wand, we have Zoo running double Vambrace, even though there's no wand, likely anticipating they would run it with that Aimee X forward, which is a very high damage comp.
Yeah, actually, you make a very good point there. It does seem like one team was expecting it and the other team just decided not to go for that. So that could lead to some, shall we say, interesting results, as Fang has just like a lot of speed, and we know Fang can absolutely operate that Estelle to like insane degrees as this second barrier goes down.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it kind of feels almost like a rock, paper, scissors situation, where it's like Slicks should beat Vambrace, Vambrace should beat Wand, and Wand should beat Slicks. And while we were seeing the side of Happy Girls taking an early advantage, it was answered back by Zoo, and now Scython's looking for a pass up to Ivy Snivy, not really finding it as Atsuro does respawn back, but Ivy Snivy's taken off the map, and now in a 2v3, Scython not able to clear the core yet, dribbles it backwards to Screamhouse. Screamhouse has the slip, waiting for a pass from Atsuro. That's that second barrier taken. Fang trying to find this pass as well. The Oni's Blade not enough to defend, and as the X Maximus is popped, it looks like Screamhouse has kind of run out of almost all scoring tools.
We know Scream Owls can be an absolute threat, so being able to get them to waste all their abilities is a big deal. As this core point finally ends, overtime was going on for a while there, but Scream Owls did manage to finally push it through with the flip.
Luckily did, right? Flip into the Bull Rush, a pretty consistent way to go about that, especially when the Atlas is in such a tough position. And we do see Zoo opening up with that first barrier. Ivy Snivy's evade being burned and taking a good chunk of damage. Being denied a lot of these orbs. The flip to kill out by Scython and nearly finds that second barrier. And now it's Narrow, Scython, and Ivy Snivy pushing up this top side. Atsuro nearly taken off the map, flips and misses the strike. An awkward situation, but Scream Alves respawns. But on the other side, Atsuro has no evade and no HP to work with.
Yeah, no. There's been a lot of damage being flung out on both sides, really. There have been like a good couple of KOs that have been happening, though it is a little bit funny just how this team with like the Van Braces have just been managing to throw out so much. But honestly, that's just heavy impact Zentaro. He's gonna do that to you.
Well, you think about it, right? Both teams are actually technically throwing out so much. It's just that you don't notice it on the side of Zoo because of how much they're healing back, right? They're playing the core control side, they're striking the core a lot, and it's no joke how much Vambrace does heal you on these strikes, right? Which allows them to stay alive, allows them to find these points, and unfortunately they weren't able to find it in the first point of the set, but it still has worked out pretty well for them in terms of maintaining a striker advantage.
Yeah, no, and it's not quite been paying dividends yet, but as the match goes on, I have full expectation that if they manage to keep that up, it's going to continue, as that tornado basically rips away a bunch of life from both Screamos and Atsuro. Like you said, like the damage has been going out on all fronts, but thanks to those vicious Vambraces, it's just really been a little bit less so in the case of Happy Girls, but they're managing to like keep up and keep ahead just because they're good at Omega Strikers, people. These passes and like these setups to Scream Alves, unsurprising. It does seem like their whole game plan is to get it to Scream Alves and hopefully like let him do his thing, which is great, but has a bit of a critical weakness in that if Scream Alves goes down, so does their scoring opportunities.
Right, and while we did see a slight own barrier take there by Scython there, it's still not all lost for Zoo. They have to play it through this top side right now, try to clear it out, as they don't want to let it cross here. Scream Alves, the X-Maxim is finally burned, and Narrow a little late on the strike, meaning that Scream Alves can secure the first set for Happy Girls.
Just manages to like punch it through a lot of good like persistency, dedication, even patience, because a lot of those strike wars were very, very fast, and definitely rewarded for this with this draft here. I'm seeing a number of things that they could use, like fight or flight, possibly like demolition, peak performance, a lot of stuff there.
Yeah, the Super Surge is a pretty big pickup, right? It's a deny away from the Zentaro, but that does mean the Zentaro does get Peak, which is even more survivability. Though, I think a lot of really strong things fell to the side of Happy Girls, right? The fighter flight in this midfield for Atsuro allows her to play a little bit more core control. Scream Alves getting the Demolitionist, that's even more size, and later on, especially, even though you have this era Castellas beam, the size is still relevant, as Scream Alves is not going to be perma-shrunk, and we see it there. That size might have actually been enough to secure that kill there as Scython's taken off the map, and Narrow, strike shot getting blocked. Ivy Snivy looking for a good play there, doesn't find it, and now Narrow's in a tough situation, a 1v3. No barriers found, and Scython respawns to give Zoo the chance to take it out.
Yeah, very nice hold on their part. They even managed to clear it out, go on the offense. Good stuff for Zoo. Managed to punch through, though one of their barriers does finally fall. I have to say, the way that Zoo has been playing, they have all the possibility in the world to kind of like take this comeback and get this next set, and that's a nice start for it.
Yeah, very nice start. And I think one thing that Zoo has been doing kind of all right, and I think they probably need to lean more into if they want to continue points like this, is just keep dumping damage on Atsuro, right?
Yeah.
What's she gonna do? It's Slick's fight or flight. Yeah, you have speed, but the speed is only from playing the core, and how are you gonna play the core if you have no HP, right? And that's kind of what we saw last point. That's why Atsuro fell down, and that's kind of why Zoo was able to take it.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. Atsuro is always kind of like dangerous in the midfield, always making sure to keep the core up, always providing like a lot of like sudden damage, just great support. So if one of the keys to their offense does go down like that, then their offense, and honestly both their offense and their defense, gets stymied for like a great deal, and they can kind of like push things through as you saw beforehand, and they do seem to be trying it. There goes Scream Alves. Hey, that's also, I mentioned that earlier, that's also like a very good kill on their part.
I mean, that guy just got nuked, right?
Yeah.
The NATO bouncing him off the bounce house on Clarion. Project base drop, you know, doing its thing, and, well, he just went into the nether after that one. A little bit of a surprising yet funny interaction, and that does bring Zoo up to 2-0.
Yeah, definitely looking to take this answer back in very forceful fashion as this one gets started. Hopefully for Zoo, last point of the set, and they have definitely turned it up. They have turned it on. Nero providing like a lot of great support with those barriers as they try and push through the bottom lane here.
Yeah, and Ivy Snivy playing that edge, getting punished for it. And now Scream Alves and Atsu are trying to push it through this corner. Good stall out by Nero and Scython now as they continue to win these interactions. Atsu tries to take it the opposite side. A good strike shot by Space, and then that secondary. Nero's out of cooldowns, but it buys enough time for Ivy Snivy to come back. And Scython answers back on Atsuro, which now allows him to play this 3v2 in the corner exactly where they need to be. But Fang is so good with it, the slice and dice not enough. And that is finally enough to stall for the opposite team.
That was great, like, on both sides. One team had to stall, the other team had to stall, and they both managed to push it out. As we go into overtime, it is, like, that core is going to be flying, and they're going to have some real good, like, responses for this, because this one has been hectic already, like, for a long time, really. Not just already, excuse me. It has been very fun just seeing how these two teams have tried to, like, respond to each other's learning of like habits and playstyle and trying to figure out how to crack this defense.
Yeah, and they are finding the cracks, right? It's taken quite a while, but the cracks are being found, and now Scython's looking to take it up this top side. The Firewall Sentry buying so much space, and that's the second barrier finally dropping, and Scream Alves nearly taken off the map. Nero needs to find a good clear. Atsuro trying to dribble it in the corner. The flip ready in case the pass is needed. Though Scream Alves is trying to play the corner as well, and now Fang needs to be careful, because if Scython can find a stray core, this would be really bad. Atsuro playing this up here, looking for the flip, as Scream Alves in the 1v1 loses that flip up to Scream Alves again, and Nero deflects the second one. Ivy Snivy playing this bottom side against Fang, and it's the bell ringer that takes it. Nero, after saving 2 clutch flips, unfortunately loses to that bell ringer, and that was a valiant defense.
Yeah, that was great, but that red core came out of, I'm gonna say out of nowhere because it's bell ringer, but that one came at him at like 500 miles per hour. Just couldn't react to it in time. Great work for Scream Alves as they definitely seem to want to be turning it up. Big style. Look at that big man. Damage coming out. Trying to throw hands at anything that moves. These are rated E for everyone, and they do not want to like go. They want that second set. They do not want to like get that tied up. Do Happy Girls.
Yeah, they definitely don't. And now, Scython, he's trying to just hold this flip. He's trying to make sure that he can get into a position to maybe close out the set or even just take a double barrier with the flip. And Ivy Snivy nearly getting punished for playing that corner. Flips actually to try and kill Scream Alves. Doesn't find it. And now the members of Zoo are trying to take it to the top side. Super Surge, Rose Warp, keeping the core forward. And Nero, he just continues to clear it opposite side. And just because of how slow both teams are, it's causing these rotations to take so long, and the core really just doesn't get a chance to change hands very often.
No, not at all, but that does allow for like we've been saying, a lot of protracted defense, a lot of being able to kind of like trying to figure out these passing plays, get the core to where it is, and mostly try and like punch it through. But that's been having some mixed results as we've been seeing, and that's just led to like a lot of overtimes and a lot of very fast cores. Nearly gets it in, just kind of like bounces off the retreating barrier. Scream Alves going big again, flips in their face, punches it through, manages to just bull rush through everything and everyone to tie it up.
I mean, can we talk? These points are just so long, right? Scream Alves flipped a little before the score of last point, and he just flipped there to score. Right, and that just goes to show, like, these points take forever because we don't have people running at like 50 miles per hour because of the Mag Souls nerfs, right? That's why we have this double Vambrace and then a Slicks plus Vambrace on both sides. And we see Zoo playing this corner so well, but Fang continues to defend, and now it leaves this corner, and Ivy Snivy has to walk back for this defense, though. The Goop makes that a little difficult. They want to keep this up. They don't want to die here. Flip out by Scython. Gets double flipped by Happy Girls, and yes, they save it, but that's such a commitment.
Oh, if that was worth it, but that kind of thing sometimes happen. They do get double barriers off the bell ringer. Scream Elves doing their thing said, okay, we out flips. All right, let me put this on my back yet again. Atsuro does push through, nearly actually gets it, but Nero very on point, has been on point all game with this defense. And there goes a body, there goes a barrier. Does there go the goal? Not quite yet.
Yeah, Oni's Blade, really good out by Scython. There's that magical Maelstrom. And Scream Elves, the flip is here once again. This could be what Happy Girls needs to go up 2-0 in this game. And now it's basically 1v1. That timeless, or that turret really not doing much. That flip up to the top side, trying to dribble. Nero with a great counter flip. And now Scython is the one who will be next closest to it. Never mind, off that evade. Now it's Fang, as Fang is looking to keep it for this defense. Pass down to Ivy Snivy, tries to play this corner. Good pass up, as Scython trying to cover this top with a slice and dice. Doesn't really. And now in this midfield, it's looking a little dangerous. There's that glitch pop. The bell ringer popped once again. Ivy Snivy sending it forward, looking for a cross from Scython. That EI rush doesn't really opt for any goal possibility. And now the magical Maelstrom getting set up once again. The turret is a counter, and there's that flip intercepted by Scython. Fang needs to be a little careful. This flip could come in handy for him if Scython plays it so well. There's that flip, and now to the opposite side, the bull rush. These passes so good, but it's looking so Happy Girls favored.
Saying how they have managed to hold on to this offense for so long. It's like Zoo cannot find like a full break for very long. They do get a couple shots though. And the wow, flip went out. So did a body. So did the core. Beautiful goal to tie it up in sets. That was a crazy finish.
Yeah, an insane finish out by Scython, and that's exactly what they need, right? This Atlas gets to opt for Hotshot, which now means that he gets to save so many cores, and this red core, well, when everyone is so slow, it makes things way more dangerous. Though there's the stacks on the other side, right? The one person who isn't going to be slow is Fang, and he can walk up way more. The bulk up means that it doesn't fall to Scython, and I'm not sure how to feel about this glass cannon for Ivy Snivy. Like, yes, it's a good option for that speed and, you know, potential damage, but you're going to be getting hit so much between an IME and an X.
You're right, but we've been talking all day about, like, these characters are slow, these characters are slow, and I think both teams kind of realized that, and they both decided to go for the same thing. You see right there, like, I think they both kind of decided on the kind of the same tactic, where, okay, we need at least one person to get a little bit faster at any cost. For Zoo, that, I think, was decided to be Ivy Snivy.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, we'll have to see if it comes in handy, as, once again, that glass cannon deactivated, and they did lose that first point. Second point, a little bit in their favor if a good slice and dice comes out of Scython. And great passes as Ivy Snivy moves into the corner. Pass up to Scython, who wins that strike war. Second barrier falling, and Scython looking to maybe close out this point here quickly. There's that slice and dice, takes the first barrier. Second not yet found, and Atsuro and Scream Elves are both really low.
Yeah, and there goes Scream Elves. As Zoo goes on this power play, that speed we were talking about, hopefully going to come in handy. Tries to force it through the Scython. No, not quite. Very good, very game attempt on the part of Zoo to try and push that through. But Happy Girls, they know this. They know this game. This isn't new to them.
Yeah, and I mean, a flip forced out by Fang, and now Scython. He's continues staying this offense, but a lot of damage once again on Scream Elves. This consistent damage coming out from both Scython and Ivy Snivy, and all of these primaries out by Nero just passively supplementing it as well. It ends up being pretty dangerous, and it makes Scream Elves' scoring capability a lot lower, right? And it's because of that the members of Zoo are able to find so many offenses like this, and then eventually they'll convert one. Though, bear in mind, Fang is 2/3 of the way to being fully stacked, so this speed could become dangerous soon.
Yeah, it's going to be very concerning. But I do have to say, I am seeing the speed kind of like come in handy for Ivy Snivy. It's in short bursts, but that's still, you know, like a lot of speed that those characters have for a little bit, allowing them to like set up, and especially when they can get like power plays like that going on. Speed does really seem to be the key to victories for this game.
Yeah, and I mean, I really like how well Ivy Snivy is sidestepping to keep this glass cannon alive for a really long time. And it's kind of because of that the members of Zoo are able to figure out some of these offenses a little bit more easily. Once again, they sidestep the flip coming in so that Scython can win a strike war against Fang. Now, Fang is looking kind of low, but maybe it's not even needed. This glass cannon finally gets popped, but now Scython, the slice and dice to dribble, they try to send it through that bottom side. They don't find it there. But one other thing I do want to mention is the fact that Scython has hit the double prize fighter stacks.
Yeah, there is that. It's like Scython already looking like very dangerous, heavy hitter, prize fighter. That sword is going to be very dangerous, very bloody, and very not something you want to deal with as Ivy Snivy goes down thanks to Scream Owls.
Yeah, and what a crazy angle off that flip. And Scython, he needs to try to see if he can find another flip of his own. As it goes right past Atsuro, Ivy Snivy is finally back on the map. Potential kill onto Atsuro, but instead, it's a flip past the Scream Owls, and the punish on the misread on the damage threshold by Atsuro against Scython.
That was just... that was surprisingly calculated. That was very calculated. That was fun to see. That was fun to watch, and good on them for being able to kind of like just that, no, we got this one, just passed it down, punched it in. Very nice, very quick double barriers as well. Demolitionist making it a big man, big score, and that's a big set, managing to push through that relentless offense that Zoo had for a little bit. Happy Girls once again firmly in the driver's seat, 2 sets up. And yeah, we've got extra special team player going on. That's a lot of size in one way or another going down.
Yeah, and with the extra special going the way of the IME, this means that Zoo actually has a really strong draft, right? The team player, the potential monumentalist, okay, opts to deny the recovery drone, but that means that Zentaro is left with absolutely nothing here. I feel like this is a giga misdraft here from Ivy Snivy. I think this should have just been a monumentalist so that Zentaro can get one of recovery drone or stinger.
No, I actually do agree with that. I feel like it seems like Ivy Snivy got like really scared of like the Fang, and I mean not the Fang, the X, and just went for it. You know what I mean? And I can understand the fear, especially with that last point. But you can't let fear guide your ideas, guide your tactics, guide your choices. And true, they're not paying for it right now, but I do worry later on down the stretch. We're gonna see.
Yeah, and I mean, good back pass there for Ivy Snivy to get Nero a chance to find that second barrier, and a great shrink on Fang as well. Overall, Ivy Snivy, that point, making up for that draft misplay, if I do say so myself. And, well, overall, great plays, I think, from both teams. I think Girl has looked more clean in the moments that, you know, they're not dead. But I do like what I'm seeing.
No, yeah, from both, definitely. It feels like... I do agree, it feels like Girl is more consistent, and in my opinion, I've always said, like, consistency is what wins these games, is what wins sets, is what wins matches. But I do think that Zoo is more than capable of, like, matching that in the clutch moments. And that is going to kind of have to carry them to victory as they wild angle splits the difference. Atsuro and Fang, neither of them react to it in time. I think that might have just been a, don't you got it? No, do you got it? And neither of them had it.
No, I think what happened there is I'm pretty sure Scython intended for that to be a self-pass, but then he kind of hit the enemies with the, if I don't know what I'm doing, neither do you, and absolutely mixed them up, which allowed Nero to find that goal, funnily enough. But now the members of Zoo, they have to make use of this power play they found on Atsuro, and they don't there. But Nero now actually very big on this map. But I don't know if this will do much of anything.
Same. I'm not sure, just because like at this point in time, damage is going to be damage. You know what I mean? Like presence is going to be presence. So both teams have very much scaled, and they kind of know how to play the defense for this. So it's really just going to be up to them to kind of like figure out like the good clears and just like the good passes and when to hit. I mean, it sounds basic. It sounds like, you know, like basic statements, but much easier said than done, especially in this stages of the game.
Yeah, and good flip there by Ivy Snivy. Had a bit of danger of being KO'd because of the big size and power of Scream Elves, and he finally drops now to that small size as Scython's playing this corner, looking for a potential flip into that second barrier. Ivy Snivy trying to keep it up this top side, and the flip out by Scython. Where does it go? Great angle, and Fangs, Rosewarp not able to catch it. Great pass up to Ivy Snivy, who looks to take up this top side. Atsuro bringing it forward. Scream Elves trying to take off Ivy Snivy. There's that flip. Counter flip by Nero. Young man here with a great reaction, and now Scython, and Oni's way up to the top side, dribbles to himself. It goes to the opposite side. It comes back to Scython now, and Nero keeping the core forward. Scython nearly taken off the map. Pass down to Ivy Snivy, who gets it up to Scython. Rosewarp, great out of Fang, who takes up this top side. Fully stacked, fully momentum boost up with this speed, and now pass up to Atsuro, looks to take the second barrier alongside Scream Elves, and it just keeps rotating around and around, but this time it might go in. No, a great Rosewarp, and now Scream Elves playing this corner. It goes back up to Fang as Ivy Snivy's nearly taken off the map. All the abilities committed, but it just doesn't end.
Like, this core has been going at like 50 miles per hour, 500 miles per hour for a while now. Neither team can like make a breakthrough. It is that Zoo that has the advantage here. Excuse me, commentator's curse. Both goals open now, and Scream Owl's definitely looking to try and take advantage here into this point sooner rather than later. This overtime has been going forever and a day. Neither team can crack this defense. How many times is it that Scream Owls has gotten gigantic for this single point? I want to say this is like 4th, 5th time.
Yeah, and while we are in this overtime, this does mean that Nero has the flip, but it's kind of tough to use on this variant, right? Or, sorry, the team player, because there's way less openings, right? And the openings are very telegraphed, but despite everything that happened, the way it ends is just off of an EI Rush self-pass, and that does bring us to set 5.
That was a long one, but with what I'm seeing here on the drafts, that this next one might not be nearly as long. I'm seeing like, yeah, missile prop get taken, ad rush, explosive. Yeah, there's a lot here that can make these points go a little bit faster.
A lot of really great pickups here. The ad rush, I think, is pretty big just for the fact that, you know, it is a 1.5 second cooldown reduction. This is it's a little broken if I do say so myself. I think another big pickup here is Atsuro getting explosive entrance. Like, I think this is one of the scariest Aimi builds I've seen in a while. Like, heavy impact, fight or flight, you have extra special, you have a dash range that actually provides damage as well, and then bulk up, right? It's just, how can lose? But we're seeing that it doesn't really matter because Atsuro has the slick kicks. She doesn't really have any ability to deal with Scython's damage, and it's because of that she just ends up staggered there.
Yeah, like just a lot of just damage still coming out. That's kind of been the name of the game for both sides as Scream Owls just spins to win, clears out the goalie, clears out the point. So very nice first point for Happy Girls.
Great point, and we already see this aerials kind of coming into use with the breakout speed from Ivy Snivy's secondary. And Scython's one that this time is looking kind of damaged. Good backstep to avoid that cyber swipe. And that is the first barrier taken, potentially second, though Fang is playing these strikes pretty well. Burns that Rose Warp there, now doesn't have it for any stray plays from Scython. And Scython nearly taken off the map, has to burn the Oni's Blade, but a good amount of healing from Vicious Vambrace means that now he's in no more threat of actually dying, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, got some very nice sustain with these Van Braces. Have been helping save them all game, even though the fact that it saved them has helped them out so much all game, and they've still been getting KO'd like they have, tells you just how much damage that this Happy Girls team has been pumping out. It's been very scary in these streets for this game, but they have been pushing through. They have been making it work. They have both the barriers down and are trying to like make an attempt on that goal.
Yeah, and we reached overtime. This means that this is the perfect point for Nero if he gets a chance to hit it. But Scython actually catches that there and ties up set 5 for the Zoo.
This one has been going long all game. This game, I feel like this one's definitely going Broadway. I would be not at all surprised if we went to 0.5 on this one, as these two teams have just been slugging it out hard style for the whole game. And we can see that that's not stopping. Fang already looking low. Scython kind of like on the hunt there, but responding back. We've got like a bunch of like these abilities being thrown out. Just the damage is just coming out and it's not stopping. It hasn't stopped yet and it won't stop now.
Yeah, this damage looking very scary. Ivy Snivy taken pretty low. Flip burned out by Atsuro. That means that things are actually slightly more Zoo favored now as they get into this corner. That's the second barrier taken, and now Fang is in a very tough situation. Nero has to continue clearing it. 10 more seconds till we hit the overtime for this team player. The flip ready for Scream Elves, but the core just has to get to him. But Scython's now sitting with a flip of his own. Scream Elves nearly taken off the map. A pass found by Ivy Snivy. Goes up to the top side. Slashing strike not enough as Fang clears it. It's sent him to this top side once again as a glitch pop goes through and Atsuro tries to keep the core forward. Great clear up to this top side. Oni's blade by Scython, and the rebound caught the Zentaro, taking them up 2-1. Fang unfortunately not catching it there, and we're on game point for the Zoo.
That is insane how they managed to hold that up, but Zoo definitely wanting to like finish this one out. They've got to be feeling real happy about that one, and they have to recognize that like this is their chance. This is their moment. They have to hopefully smell that blood in the water and take full advantage. On the other side, Happy Girls definitely not wanting that. They're like, nope, 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 get off me fast. This is our game to win. Happy Girls have been basically fighting a rough battle throughout the entire like season, trying to get to where they have been, and they do not want things to start going south now.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not looking great, right? They did find a great offense there, but they lose the double barrier, and the flip is already burned by Fang. Now, Scream Elves needs to get this core forward in the bottom side. This is looking so dangerous. Rose Warp, great clear out by Fang, and now Atsuro is playing this top side. Very slowly, drops the turret. Scream Elves is pushing up with a flip of their own. Flip burned out by Atsuro, answered by Ivy Snivy, as Ivy Snivy continues to push it back. Great clear out by Nero to the opposite side, as Scython wins that strike war against the Crystal Thorns, but it just goes and bounces to the top side. Scython takes game 1 against Happy Girls, and it looks like Zoo is the happiest ones of them all.
That was a crazy end of that bounce, and Fang just not in a position to intercept, not in a position to kind of realize what happened. But no, it is the Zoo that runs rampant over the Happy Girls for this game. And if you look at the stats, it's just been insane. Fang and Nero both putting on insane, absurd, ridiculous performances in the defense department. But it was Zoo that held out for just that much longer and managed to push it through, managed to take the win here.
Guys, I'm saying it, double Vambrace might be meta. Oh yeah. Okay, I don't know. I mean, honestly, there is a world where double Vambrace could be something we see after a little bit on this patch, especially. We'll have to see, right? If it does come down to that. But looking at the damage, right? 61k for Scython, 57 for Scream Elves, and then you have like a combined pretty much about 76k between both like the midfields and goalies on each side. A lot of damage in this game overall, and a very long game to boot. So I'm pretty sure both of these teams were gassed, and Zoo is absolutely relieved to have taken this first game after how long it went.
Yeah, the next game, I wouldn't be surprised if it was a little bit different. In a weird way, I wouldn't be surprised if the next game was faster, if they decided to kind of, say like we do not want to go this marathon again. Let's try and like stack speed, stack something. The question is, the question is, what are they going to do for? The question is, what are they going to do for the next game? I stuttered, but it is a worthy question. It is something to ask because the longer these games go, that's like you said, the more gas these players get, and you got to remember, like you got 2 to 3 to like go through. So that's something that's always got to kind of like be in the back of these teams' minds at this point, and you have to plan for that. You have to prepare for that. And you have to kind of like figure out what are your game plans going to be going from like one game to the next.
Yeah, one game to the next indeed. And well, what a surprise as game 2 is taking us to Night Market, which is actually Zoo's pick here. And then, hey, if we go to game 3, that is just going to be the classic European decider, Taiko Temple. So we might end up there. With how back and forth this has looked, this game 2 could really go anyone's way, and I kind of like it as a bit of a stark contrast to how the first 2 series of the day went, which I believe were like 6-0 and 6-1 in sets or something along those lines.
Yeah, definitely more of an even fight here in this case. Night Market, though, considering Clarion Chess Chamber was where we went to, this is more, I would say Night Market, much more consistent. Also, in a weird way, much more dangerous. We know how these two teams like to operate, and with Night Market like split into both these two lanes, it is basically kind of like a puncher's paradise almost if you can manage to get the core into like one of those angles and basically start the party there, especially if Aimi comes out to play again. You know she likes to make those mosh pits and then make them happen real often.
Yeah, but I'm kind of thinking, I'm looking more towards this brawler position, right? There are a lot of really, really high damage brawlers in in the meta right now. You're seeing, well, okay, it's always been in the European meta, but they're now kind of the forefront of the meta worldwide. The Zentaro, the Drakkar, actually, the siphoning one Drakkar looking really powerful right now.
Yeah.
The X looking great. And even some people playing this sort of damaged Kazan. Like, Kazan has been pumping out pretty good damage even with siphoning wand and has looked kind of scary.
Yeah, you're actually right. I've been seeing a lot more Kazan nowadays than I used to. And yeah, he's been pumping out a lot of damage and proving himself rather flexible in terms of like positioning where he can kind of like be slotted just nowadays because of what he's got access to and the changes that's been made. So yeah, that would be interesting to come see play out as we get like this character draft rolling. Unsurprising bans. No Drakkar, no Zentaro, precisely for those reasons. Most likely. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is Zoo being on blue side last time means that they effectively get like another quote-unquote free ban, because they can just kind of first pick the Zentaro for themselves, which is why they banned Vice game 1, and then the Drakkar banned against Zoo. Makes things a little bit, I guess, consistent really from game 1 to game 2. But now that Zoo is on this red side, they have to ban this Zen, give this first pick over, which ends up being the Juno, likely, almost certainly for Atsuro, and then we just get an answer with Atlas Rasmus, which are kind of fun picks. The funny thing here is this Rasmus could technically also go to Ivy Snivy, who is, at least in terms of the forward side, Rasmus is one of the ones which, at least when they were up and coming, they did kind of make their name on. It was like the Aimi and the Rasmus. We'll have to see if that ends up being the case. Most likely this is just going to be Rasmus for Scython, and the Era is picked up here for Fang, probably paired with like the X, most likely, for Screamouts, and then we might see like an Aimi to close it out. Oh, no, it's a Kazan, actually.
Okay, yeah, we were talking about the Kazan. We were saying, oh, Kazan's popping up everywhere, and yeah, pops up here. I do kind of like the setup. The Juno Kazan Era, that's a lot of coverage. That's being able to hop that fence and get from lane to lane very quickly, one way or another. Like that plus like the Era speed, I can definitely see they're gonna want to be all around everywhere on this map, which to me makes perfect sense. We were just talking about how like it can be dangerous, kind of stay in one spot for any length of time, and yeah, even especially like you got that Estelle coming back out to play again. I'm
not,
I'm
not
liking what I'm seeing.
surprising.
Yeah.
I think especially I was gonna mention it. I was originally thinking this IME because it was something that Ivy Snivy is known for. But then when you look at the Awakenings, Primetime does make a lot of sense. Primetime is one of Estelle's best picks. And then it's also the Rastel combo in forward, right? You have this Rasmus Estelle, a tried and true duo. Even on a map like Night Market, still works pretty well. And it definitely is very tough for Era to deal with, right? For a few reasons, right? One, Era doesn't have as reliable of this kind of anti-stuff, something like the Astral Projection of the Atlas, the log from Dubu, stuff like that. The beam can be more played around. And then also, Era really, really loves running this momentum boots and doesn't get that much use out of the other gears. Outside of, you know, specific situations, which makes it so easy for the Estelle to just continue denying her.
Yeah, no, you're right. But so that's gonna have to be something that they look out for in general. That there's a lot less in the way of anti stuff. I do think that, on the other hand, Zoo has some capabilities on that front, and it's going to be rough, but I can see ways to victory for both teams. I'm not even trying to just, you know, like, be mealy mouthed about it. It's just that's how even these two teams kind of seem to be and are at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I think so. The other thing is, again, it's also like it's Juno versus Estelle, so Atsur does have the advantage in that midfield. I think one thing I've really liked from Zoo, though, is how well Nero and Ivy Snivy actually strike clear. Because I've seen a lot of... It seems very consistent, and as a goalie, consistency is key, and when your midfielder is always striking at first, it makes it so easy for this goalie to predict now. And now Nero can play around that, and that's part of why he got so many of these very quote-unquote risky clears, because Ivy Snivy was playing in perfect positions to get rid of Scream Owl's strike so that Nero could clear it so easily.
So the question is, can they pull that kind of like repeat? Can they pull that performance off here? Can they manage to navigate Night Market and like all the chaos that is bound to go down here? Like we can speculate all we want, but it is in the game that's what matters, and it's about to be game time. Let's see what we've got as the kickoff gets started.
Yeah, I think maybe one spark of leadership for Scython, and okay, a second one actually for Atsuro as well. This is interesting. And what we do see is we see double slick kicks for the members of Happy Girls, and Scython opting for slick kicks while Ivy Snivy grabs the siphoning wand, which is kind of interesting, right? We haven't gotten much of a chance to see this siphoning wand in action, and I would say Estelle is maybe one of the worst midfielders to use it. Because of how long her CDs are, it's hard to keep that like active and going. But she's still not terrible at it. And with a bit of cooldown, it will go pretty far.
No, yeah, for sure. And we can already see kind of like a bit of a difference in just movement styles, play styles for this next game. A lot of faster movement coming out from the side of from the side of Happy Girls. But they are losing one, and they've got to kind of like contest with this power play that is... They are more than happy to have that so early. They want to kind of set the tone very fast. And they do. Scython with the Rasmus, doing Rasmus things. Hook it back, bring it forward, hit it side to side. Watch where it goes, watch where it don't. And next thing you know, it's past you.
I mean, that is second all-pro team brawler right there. Scython. I think Scython has been showing how good he can be in a lot of these games, right? He's been showing how consistent he is at finding these confirms, despite, you know, having swapped over from midfield, although quite some time back. And he's no longer looking like that old sniper playstyle that he was playing.
Yeah, no, he's definitely like switched it up, changed it up, kind of adapted his playstyle for a modern age, if you will. Although I have no doubts that Scython could still make it work. Decided going back to it, but right now it's Scream Elves that got to worry about getting sniped out, and there it goes. Like just Ivy Snivy on deck, ready and waiting, popped him off, and there is another power play for the side of the Zoo.
Yeah, Zoo has been using these power plays, I think, relatively well. I know that one didn't go that well. They forced out the flip this time from Fang, and Scython looking kind of low means he can't really contest Fang on that flip very easily. And instead, a great clear off of, I think, a slightly awkward angle from Fang, and that gives enough time for Atsuro to turn back. And Ivy Snivy actually threads it right between Fang and Atsuro, and that's Zoo taking a 2-0 lead. And, well, we're kind of seeing the effects of why Siphoning Wand is so good. You just shoot the midfielder, and they suddenly can't play the game anymore.
Yeah, it's been crazy. Like, these points already moving faster than game 1. And they are definitely looking to not have a repeat. They don't want any of that no more. But they are well on their way to accomplishing that goal as they want to wrap up this first set. Though, of course, Happy Girl is not exactly looking to go out like that. They do manage to even up the barriers, and they are pushing hard.
Yeah, such good strike layering out of the defensive members of the Zoo, and it's because of that they're able to get it out and then get that second barrier. Now they have to do it once again as Juno and Kazan are sitting in that corner. A lot of damage dropped on them, and with that NATO taking out Ivy Snivy, this could be the moment of respite that Happy Girls needs, and a great carried away to dodge away from that Atlas attempted KO, and now passes up to Atsuro, looks for the flip not needed. It is the friend Fling taking a goal for Happy Girls.
Very nice setup for Atsuro. Like, we know they can pilot that one. It's just, we know that can pilot those blobos. Very, very nice setup there. Just threw it to the friend and said, "You got this, little homie. We good." And there they go. They are on the board, are Happy Girls, and definitely want to try to ride a little bit more of that momentum. Don't want to, like, go out that soon in this set.
And Scream Elves there are opting to grab that orb. They're flip out by Narrow. Finds one barrier, no second one. Though that death touch is a little dangerous as Ivy Snivy comes back to that top side, avoids that Maelstrom, and Scream Elves taken low once again. They may have to run away, but there's no orbs remaining, and now they're just trying to play their life as Scython plays this bottom corner. Second barrier found. They just need to find a pass up to Ivy Snivy. Cut by Atsuro. Awkward flip, but they do find that barrier, and a great evade means that Ivy Snivy isn't able to take out Scream Elves there. But as I say that, they finally are, and now they just have to play this offense cleanly.
Yeah, and they've been good at, like, the offense so far, but it was seem like they are holding for the time being. Scream Elves does manage to come back, definitely doing their best to push it out and kind of, like, nullify that offensive attempt. Very nice on their part to hold for that long.
Yeah, now we see Narrow is nearing this flip. A good pass is all they need here, and it goes up to this top side, cleared out by Fang once again, and Narrow continues to clear it here. And Scython, a little chunk of damage, but as I said, the damage is really what's dropping onto Atsuro off of the Siphoning Wand. Great hit down to the bottom side.
Yeah.
Finding the angle perfectly through that Scream Elves topspin, and that's a 3-1 set for Zoo.
That was just sick. That was nice. That was crazy. And frankly, I am impressed with how the Zoo has been handling this one, how they've been, like, pushing ahead, and how they've been managing to find these crazy shots on goal. And there's going to be a whole lot more of that with that stacks on stacks, allowing a lot more speed, and that 1-2 punch as well on Rasmus. Like, honestly, very good drafts for Zoo from what I'm seeing here, although Happy Girl's not exactly crying about it, considering what they got as well.
Yeah, so we have some solid stuff for Happy Girls, right? I guess you get the Castellast on Era, and then you get Size on Kazan. But on the other side, you get Stacks on Ivy Snivy, who does need to be careful, as there is a chance of them dying here and there. But what I really like is not only the team player from Narrow, but Scython opting for the 1-2 punch as well. While it is a deny, it's really great as you can kind of snowball that core speed, even in regulation time with that 1-2 punch.
Yeah, for sure, and they do not want they want to like make sure to utilize that as much as possible, and they are definitely looking to be able to kind of like use that extra punch, no pun intended, to try and expand their lead. They do not want Happy Girls to kind of get any kind of momentum riding, which they have shown that they can take these goals if you give them half a chance, so they've got to be careful. Otherwise, things like that are going to happen. Very nice feed up to Atsuro, and just nobody was in position for that one.
Yeah, and I think the fact that Ivy Snivy still hasn't stacked up yet, it does show kind of how slow they are in a lot of these midfield positions. It's why Atsuro was really able to just get completely across the map and then intercept that flip out by Nero. And now the members of Happy Girls are closing in for the second barrier. Great flip out by Atsuro, and Ivy Snivy does shoot it back. No second barrier found. Needs to be careful as they've burned all of their evades and now are very low as Screamhouse is playing up here. Great Rose Warp to interrupt Screamhouse here, and more damage dropping onto that Kazan. This NATO carrying it forward, but the Kazan also looking really low. Great death touch to keep this core forward as Kazan just continues to run around, and now in this 1v1, Nero, great strike shot, and the flip out by Scython, and now Zoo, they have to make this power play worth something.
Yeah, they definitely have to try and like push through here. This is like a ideal moment for them, but it's seeming like very hard. Atsuro making sure that they got bodies on bodies. They do manage to get like that second barrier, so great on them. Very scary like friend fling there. Very nearly caused like another goal for there, but yeah, it's just been very good. Atsuro's just been piloting this Juno to like an amazing performance, causing a whole lot of havoc and preventing like a whole lot of clears, causing a whole lot of pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, a few things here, right? We have this team player coming online, and there is one thing I want to talk about, and Scython scores the goal in perfect time for me to do that. Scython actually red cores off of Hook Strike in overtime, and that is a very scary thing to keep in mind, is now this Rasmus suddenly has a lot of scary potential. And yeah, we see it again, right? Not just the Rasmus, but the other members of Zoo as they take Screamhouse nearly to death. The evade is nearly coming up, but it just means that Happy Girls can't really go for any solid offense. And yeah, they find one barrier here, but Screamhouse is finally taken off the map. There's that flip coming out by Atsuro, saved out by Nero, and now the members of Zoo are trying to keep this forward. A great beam means that space and time is bought for Screamhouse to come back. One barrier falls. This death touch taking kind of hit stunning Fang to take that, and Ivy Snivy needs to be a little bit careful as she is stacked and takes off Atsuro, and Screamhouse trying to make a solo play here, doesn't find it, and now Zoo, they are looking very advantaged here.
Yeah, they are, but they have to kind of like make that work. They have managed to take down Screamhouse to near stagger. Almost got the demon angle. No, not quite though. Off by millimeters, and sometimes this is a game of millimeters, and they have another chance to do Happy Girls. They do manage to get that barrier, and suddenly things are a lot more dangerous for Zoo.
Yeah, very dangerous is now Nero. His flip is coming up soon, but in the position he is, it's not looking great as Ivy Snivy needs to play these corners so well. A lot of damage on her, and Nero nearly taken off the map. Ivy Snivy's health bar not looking great as she dodges away from the topspin. She dodges away from the maddening descent, and now the healing from Nero means that she can finally play here. Nero still has this flip as Scython is charging up that Whiplash, doesn't find it. Ivy Snivy dribbling, 1, 2, and the shot! And that is Zoo up 2-1 in set 2. Scython, after finding the Yodsman angle, it's really good for Zoo to have recovered from that.
Yeah, that was so scary, and Zoo definitely like pushing through, got that second point, but it is Happy Girls that are pushing through this time. Very nice on their part, not letting that one rattle them any real bit. There's just like, move on to the next. We got this. We nearly had it last time. We just need to tighten things up a little bit more. And now like a very vicious pressure heavy offense from Happy Girls.
and we see it again, right? Scream Owl's finally recovering after grabbing the double orbs there, and now is back in the play, sitting at level 5. You can see they really haven't gotten a chance to touch the core much because of that. And Ivy Snivy, great sidestep on the Maelstrom to keep themselves alive. And now Nero in a tough situation, passes it down as Atsuro tries to play this corner. Fang sends it forward, and the hook, the strike, that is what Kazan does best. And Scream Owl slots it in, evening up this set.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. That one got me because I was looking at that upper corner too. I was like, oh, he's going up to the upper corner, and Scream Owl's just like, what are you looking at? No, it's not. It's going down here. And they managed to tie it up real nice. So, yeah, good on them. Very heads-up play.
Yeah, very well played, and now it's looking kind of dangerous as they're playing in this corner. Ivy Snivy needs to get it out before she takes too much damage and potentially loses that stacks, as Scython sends it forward. A good whiplash to make sure that core stays forward. Fang clearing up to this top side. Good beam, and Ivy Snivy, this pass, actually goes for the shot herself and doesn't find it there. Has no evade to work with now, and Scream Owls takes that second barrier at the cost of a lot of his health bar. Nero, though, he burns that secondary, and now that's a very important tool for Atlas in this open net down.
Yeah, you can see like Zoo throwing out all the friends, definitely want a piece of that. They do manage to clear it out from their end, and they do manage to get one barrier. Flip goes out, kind of goes weird. I feel like that was a bit of a night market angle situation there, but nonetheless, it is both goals open as we go into overtime, and Happy Girls definitely wanting to tie it up. Zoo not wanting any of that as they pressure the goalie.
Oh my god. And Zoo, what a comeback after what looked so terrible for them this point. They actually find it there. And Ivy, Snivy, and Scython so clean on the offense. And I think for Ivy Snivy to come into this series and play this well, it is an absolute statement game for her. And now at first pick, probably opting for the ad rush or the heavy impact most likely. No, just grabs the peak performance to deny it away as, you know, a potential stagger and speed way to kind of keep the enemies alive. This does mean, yeah, the twin drive gets denied away, the heavy impact and ad rush both get taken. This now brings Nero's, I think, primary down to, I think, 9.5 seconds. I'm not 100% sure on the Atlas primary, but this suddenly got even scarier for Girl.
I completely agree. It's just been a very, very frightening situation. And yeah, like I said, like all props to Ivy Snivy for coming in here and saying like, no, you got to keep your eyes on me. Watch what I do. And just been showing out with how they've managed to kind of synchronize with Scython, and you know, like they're kind of a sub, but they're like, no, we are good at this. We know what we're doing.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the one other thing that could potentially be scary that we really didn't get a chance to see last set is Ivy Snivy maybe taking a lot of damage and getting KO'd pretty early. And that stacks kind of leaving pretty early. It's because she got that so quickly and there was no damage threat really on her very often that she was really never at any threat of dying, and this set could be different. We do already see the first point going over to Girl off of a great shot there by Atsuro, but time can still be bought as this Atlas Estelle is pretty good on the defense.
Yeah, for sure. That was very solid there. Scream Elves low, and excuse me, cause it's Atsuro who is dead. Power play on the side of Zoo, but Scream Elves saying, I got this. I can do two people's job. I'm just that boss. Very nice anti-power play there.
I don't know if that was Scream Elves. I could have sworn maybe I missaw, but I thought I saw Scython accidentally whiplash it backwards, and that's kind of what took it there. Still a possibility. But Scython looking to kind of redeem himself if that was the case. Taking that first barrier, Ivy Snivy pushing up this top side. It gets cleared out, and now more damage gets dropped. Great flip out by Nero, nearly takes the second barrier, and Scython dodging away from that beam allows him to play this defense still kind of okay.
Yeah, still looking good, I would say, in this situation for Happy Girls 2 up, and they are looking to like make this like a quick 3 and out, as Ivy Snivy getting threatened on the edge there a little bit by Scream Elves. And so something to definitely watch out for both their sides. Ivy Snivy not looking too good, is healing back up there. Scream Elves having to recuse themselves from the play for a little bit, but right now it's definitely like Happy Girls kind of in the driver's seat and looking to kind of like get themselves on the board in regards to set points.
And big thing here is actually Ivy Snivy is finally fully stacked, so she will be moving around this map so fast. Pass down to Scython, Whiplash, burn there, flip out by Atsuro, and now this core speed is finally online for the members of Zoo. Flip forward by Ivy Snivy, doesn't find it, and Ivy Snivy is now in a little bit of danger in terms of their lack of evade. Nero with a great flip up to the opposite side as Fang returns it back, and Nero nearly without the strike misses that, and Ivy Snivy's taken off the map. This could just be the Happy Girls set as they open up this barrier. A great strike attempt there as Fang is just waiting in the wings with the flip in case he needs it, flips it, sends it down to Scream Owls with the demon angle, and it's Atsuro who finds it off of the rebound. Girl looking to make a reverse sweep.
Very nice on their part. Girl threading the needle, managing to slip through there for that set. Much needed one. Yeah, definitely a lot here that they can work with. Easy like first pick, that recovery drone. Gonna want that size. Gonna want to prevent like being that KO. We're gonna want to prevent that going to anyone else too.
Yeah, and the Manu actually getting picked up here. Deny away from Era, but also means the Fighter Flight does get to Juno. And Ivy Snivy grabbing the glass cannon. I did speak about it last game, not being the best pick. I think this game it's even harder, as Juno and Kazan are known for how much they just, go for these stray hits. But I think it is kind of scary now, as Scream Owls is on 3 Size Awakenings, and Scython has none. He's just relying on pure speed here to go, and I think that really is Zoo's win con.
Yeah, I mean, and it does seem to be a possibility. You can see, like, Scream Elves immediately got that recovery drone pop. So, like, he's definitely looking at it more for the size than just the set, shall we say, security. Just the way Scream Elves has been playing, very, very stuck in. But that does still mean that his life is being, like, very threatened. Has to be very careful. What I was a little bit surprised at, though, is Fang picking up the orb replicator, though it does make some level of sense. I'm just not used to seeing orb replicator, that's all.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is that orb replicator, it ends up being so good for, it helps for dealing with KO a little bit, but the bigger thing it does is it also gives you so much energy to charge flips way faster. And there's that flip out by Atsuro, counter flip out by Nero there, and now with this open net, Fang is in a bit of danger as a stray shot from Estelle and Rasmus could be pretty bad. Gets cleared back up to this top side. Ivy Snivy with some really great strikes. Already halfway there to that full stacks on stacks. Now playing this bottom corner as Ivy Snivy just sends it forward. This Maelstrom keeping it trapped in as Nero needs to rotate up to this top side. Whiplash not enough. There's that slime up this top side as well as Nero continues to keep this core forward. And Scython is the one that deals the finishing blow here for this point, as a great pendulum swing secures the first point for Zoo.
Very nice on their part. Scython managing to like push through, find the timing. Fang has been putting up a really game defense, but managed to stick that through, and they definitely want to like push that advantage as they manage to take one out, but it's very quickly tied up. Scream Out saying nope, tit for tat here. 2v2 for a little bit as we get this next one started.
I think Ivy Snivy has generally been pretty good at dodging away from a lot of these kind of like stagger and like persistent damage attempts, but they have been getting caught off guard sometimes by these topspins out by Scream Owls. This is the second time that Ivy Snivy has been caught out by that in a pretty important moment there. And this time they do redeem themselves. They force Fang's flip and now nearly take Atsuro off the map with the Quangle. And Scython trying to send it forward as we nearly reach overtime, and that would mean really good things for Zoo.
Yeah, that's definitely more like what Zoo wants. Zoo's speed as another flip comes out, but it's been proving like a bit of a hellacious fight already as we do get into overtime. Scream Elves nearly staggered, but nearly is not quite there, and they still manage to like survive for that point.
Yeah, I mean, kind of strike warring the slime there his own teammate slime, really, and that's kind of what makes it go well. Now this time, Ivy Snivy, Glass Cannon fully, but not full on that stacks, and she is absolutely zooming around. First barrier does fall, second barrier nearly off of that flip out by Atsuro, and Nero does hold it. Scython needs to be a little bit careful about their own health bar, as Nero's in a tough situation. Good flip out by Ivy Snivy to prevent that, as Scream Owls takes a lot of damage, nearly takes Ivy Snivy off the map as they look for that second barrier, as Scython just tries to keep it in this top corner. Good strike war won by the Estelle, and now Scython puts the members of Girl into a very tough situation, takes that second barrier, and they try to keep the core forward. Scream Owls is pushing up with this flip, a lot of damage onto Ivy Snivy, as he's just completely knocked out of the play now, and Nero with a great secondary prevents that second barrier from falling.
Very beautiful defense on Nero's part. It can only last for so long, though. Flip does not manage to save it in time. Now both goals are open. Wow, that was just wow. I'll say that.
I mean, another insane strike war by Scream Elves, using the size so well to time these strikes so perfectly, and that's kind of what catches Zoo off guard and makes it so that they can't play it. And another top spin kill on Ivy Snivy, resetting her stacks once again. And now this is a very dangerous situation. Scython has to play this midfield, and once again that strike layering allows Nero to get this clear out. There's that flip out by Atsuro, taking that second barrier, and they're looking to end this set here as Ivy Snivy finally respawns. Nero trying to send this core forward, and a lot of damage onto Scream Elves, but he's just looking for a hook here.
Yeah, just needs one, and it could be curtains for this set. It is Zoo that is fighting on the back foot here, and yeah, they definitely needed that KO, but also the other thing that they definitely need to look out for is those top spin skills. Scream Elves is fiending for those top spin kills. Tried it twice now on Ivy Snivy. Ivy Snivy managing to get away on both occasions, but that is something that is very clearly a point of matter for them. But so is scoring. Scream Elves diving in, making sure they have control of the core and pushing through to tie up these sets.
And well, it makes its appearance finally. Atsur MVP grabs the hot shot. Very, very dangerous. This now means that the missile prop does go over to the Atlas, but then Bulk Up falls over. But there's still Stinger siphoning on. I really want to see Ivy Snivy grab this, but no. Grabs the Deadeye. I hope that maybe Scython grabs this Stinger, because the damage here is, I would say, maybe their win con.
Yeah, but no Stinger pickup. Instead, Scython going for the explosive entrance and hoping that, I imagine, that they can kind of just continue their ways with using their speed and getting to the core, and hopefully kind of like dribbling around and past like these very game defenders of Girl.
Yeah, and we will have to see, right, as the double barrier is taken now against by Girl against Zoo. Great clear out by Nero to this top side. Secondary committed there, and now he doesn't have it for this offense anymore as Ivy Snivy tries to take it up this top side. Barrier is found, so maybe this could be what they need as Scython. A good strike war to keep this core forward as Ivy Snivy is playing this corner so well. These second strikes so good, and I think honestly even just the strike angles, and that allows Scython to find the second barrier. Now Nero just burns that secondary to just give his team a chance to get back. And despite that, it's not enough, as Scream Owls with 3 Size Awakenings is just able to go for that pop-up, and that is 0.1 for Girl.
Just very nice hold on their part for Girl, and Scream Owls has been... Personally, I feel like Scream Owls has been monstrous this game. Ivy Snivy has been absolutely no slouch either, even though been getting caught out like with that top spin. But right now, excuse me, it is Zoo saying, who are you trying to talk about? You should be talking about us.
I think Scream Owls has been playing absolutely insanely this game, and well, we do see one barrier falling in favor of Zoo. Their second one also falls as Scython waits forward with the flip. In that 1v1, goes for the flip primary. And unfortunately for Zoo, even though they find the goal, they don't actually take Fang off the map to reset that flip. So while it is good for them, there is a great opportunity for the opposite side to punch back, looking at the energy situation.
Yeah, that is one flip already up, and Atsuro and Scream Elves not exactly looking low. Never mind. I mean, no, there was one gone, and there is definitely going to be an opportunity for Happy Girls to take the lead here as barriers start falling.
Yeah, and I mean, that's 1 kill, that's 2 kills. This looks all but doomed for Zoo. And now the members of Zoo, they try to keep this forward as Ivy Snivy attempts to go for a straight clear back, and it just goes right into the NATO. And now Girl brings us to point 4, and they're the ones on game point this time to bring us to game 3.
Yep, watch out. Storm warning. Fang definitely looking to cause some havoc here as this potential match point gets going on. Scream Elves once again low. I feel like Scream Elves has been kind of going low this entire game, but nonetheless has still been making their presence very, very much felt. As these barriers go down, this might be the beginning of the end for this game and for Zoo.
Yeah, and this very well could be. Screamhouse finally that recovery drone popped. With how much he's been low, you'd expect it to have that popped sooner, and a reverse bounce off of Atsuro's slime makes it slightly awkward, but Fang is able to recover it there. And now Scython playing this corner as Ivy Snappy's just trying to reinforce, as now the slime send the core to the opposite side as Screamhouse is taking a lot of damage. He's just waiting for a pass to be able to flip that, and he's given the chance. A great secondary out by Nero, and Nero needs to flip this again. He doesn't burn the flip, and he's taken off the map. This is very bad for the members of Zoo as Fang sends the core forward. Scython nearly taken off the map. Ivy Snappy needs heroics, but heroics are not found as Girl ties up the series and takes us to game 3.
Beautiful, beautiful performance by Scream Elves. Managed to just put a lot of these points on their back, but all credit to Atsuro in particular. Just kept making sure that they had an absolute onslaught offense that they could keep, even the defense. Atsuro was kind of everywhere this game, and it definitely showed.
Yeah, I really like what the members of Zoo tried with their comp, right? Going for that Siphoning Wand Estelle and just trying to permanently jump the members of Happy Girls with damage. It did work quite decently. It's just, unfortunately for them, it didn't work towards the end, right? Once the hot shot was picked up, once the fighter flight was picked up, once Kazan got 3 size awakenings, right? That was the turning point. That draft, I think, was pretty big, right? That third size plus the fighter flight did so much, and it allowed them to get to this set 5. I think all things considered, both teams playing this well once again. This could very well have just been a 2-0 either way. But we are going to game 3, Taiko Temple. And I think one thing before we go there that I want to mention is that this game is very, very important for both teams, as the winner goes away with at least 150 euros, and the loser goes away with nothing.
Yeah, definitely something they are going to want to. They're going to be playing their hearts out for this one. There should be no back down in this situation for these teams. It's going to be a very, very, very the stakes are high, and they're going to want to be pushing this next game. They're going to lay it all out on the line.
Definitely, indeed. And, well, I kind of want to see what sort of comps we do see in this game 3, right? Just kind of recapping this game too, it was a lot of that damage, and Scream Elves was permanently staggered, but even through the stagger, he did find so many of these second strikes that are so crucial, and it is made easier with this with this Kazan. But it is not easy when you have no HP, you're consistently getting knocked back around. You just need to find a good strike, and we see Scream Elves find it, and I feel like Atsuro, while keeping the core forward, it has been Scream Elves that has been consistently finding these plays.
Yeah, so if Scream Elves can continue on this, I feel like it's going to be very hard to not win, essentially. Scream Elves has been very, very keen on the saying health is just a resource, you know what I mean? So they've been very willing to push the envelope and just continue to stay like stuck in. But here's the thing, they've also been very good at realizing both when to like stick in and when to kind of like dip out when they know that, you know, like Atsuro can handle it, that Fang can keep, you know, the core up and keep everybody alive. And that's kind of like the mark of just knowing your team and being able to trust that they can handle it and kind of like, you know, like rotate off duty and figure out how they can utilize that teamwork to their best advantage.
Yeah, and you see with how much the damage was getting dumped onto Screamhouse, he actually has almost as many and nearly passed Fang in terms of orbs, right? Because he was just consistently going to the play, trying to make plays, and then leaving because he just had no health and just going around collecting double orbs.
Right. So, last game, Taiko Temple. The perennial bounce house. And look at the starting awakenings we have. That is already very scary.
Yeah, so it's explosive entrance, extra special, and this is almost certainly we're gonna see like an Era ban, and it's not a Drakkar ban. It is just the Zentaro ban. Girl likely anticipating that the Zentaro would have just been first picked anyway by Zoo if the Drek was banned. Now I'm kind of curious to see if Zoo is just gonna opt for the Drakkar here. They might just pick up the Aimi because the Aimi is really, really great with this, and yeah, we see it. It is also an Ivy Snivy special, so I'm curious to see how well that goes. And it'll likely be answered with something like this Estelle plus Juno, or perhaps like the Estelle plus like Kazan, or Estelle plus X maybe, depending on what they want to go for Scream Owls. Or they could just opt to deny the Atlas away from Narrow and go for some sort of pushing forward here.
Yeah, we can see Drakkar getting picked very, very quickly. So I can definitely understand that. I'm happy to see more Drakkar, or maybe in some cases not see Xenocloak. Always fun. The question is, who are they going to be paired with? I was expecting the X to come out. I'll be real with you.
Yeah, Atlas Drakkar is a really big pickup here, as if I were the members of Zoo, that is exactly what I would have picked up to pair with the Aimi. So just double denying that makes things very tough for Zoo. So now Nero may go for something like the Dubu, the Now Goalie. I'm not really sure. I don't know how well Nero will pilot it if he picks it, but I would really love if Nero picked up the Vice Goalie here. We'll have to see if it does end up coming to fruition. And then that would likely be paired with the Scython Rasmus, and yeah, we see that right there as well.
Yeah, we do see the Rasmus, so who knows? Maybe we'll see, like you said.
Yeah, Mako.
Yep, there's the Mako coming out. Fair enough, fair dues. This team can do a lot of stall and a lot of like shoving and pushing. It's not in my opinion, it's not like the biggest bully team I've seen, but they can do work.
Yeah, definitely, and I think the Juno pickup here for Atsuro is no surprise, right? It is something that she is familiar with, and something that she has been performing with relatively well in that midfield position. On the other hand, we do see the Aimi coming out for Ivy Snivy and then the Rasmus, and this Mako, I'm kind of curious to see what she picks up, because there's two ways of going about this. You either A, pick up the explosive entrance because you know a lot of people are going to be picking that up and it's not available to you. And then that kind of means that you now get the chance to get to that second Dash Awakening threshold more easily, which is very, very big for Mako. Or you just offer the extra special and it just gives you more chances to deal with these offenses from Juno and Drakkar. On the other side, I think the really tough decision is for Aimi, as extra special, amazing for Aimi. But Aimi midfield, I think maybe a little less so in the current meta now that it's a little more damage focused, does sometimes struggle with getting outpaced by other midfields without a Dash Awakening.
No, you're right. I personally do actually still like Happy Star Aimi just because. Yeah. I mean, like you said, a Great Awakening, I feel like that turret can do a lot more than, you know, seems at first glance. It's very much like, can be like a big stop sign. It can do a lot. It can do a lot of hold. And in a place like Taiko, I think just having more access to it, more regular access to it, can allow like the team with it to have like a lot more like sustained pushes, being able to kind of like figure out, okay, go to top or bottom corner and kind of like shove it through and get the start of some offense going there. So I feel like Happy Star Imi would be the play here. That's just me though. Unless you know you're going to be hitting, you know, like a lot of your cyber swipes and whatnot to cause like a lot of damage. Because I have seen, you know, I mean, we both kind of like agree, like both of these awakenings very good for Imi. Explosive entrance I've seen being used to devastating effect, but I would still say my money is on Happy Star.
Yeah, I kind of want to see though if Ivy Snivy is going to offer the Siphoning Wand, as it's another pick that's good for Imi as well. But no, we see them going back to the double Vambrace, and the members of Happy Girls kind of reading it a little bit and going for the double slicks. I'm wondering if how much this will cause the members of Zoo to really suffer, or if they just won't mind the double Vambraces. Yeah, it's already a lot of damage, but Scython can just regen back to full off of like 2 strikes and a primary against Atsuro, and Atsuro taken off the map there off of a great glitch pop, and the pass up to Scython means that they can actually convert here, taking 1 barrier, second potentially in the cards off of a great pendulum swing and firewall sentry combo.
Yeah, very, very auspicious start for them for this game for Zoo, but it is not something that Happy Girls hasn't seen before, and the question is, will they be able to like finish this one off?
Yeah, we will have to see, right? And they are up in that open net. Screamouts finally ticks over to level 2, which means there is threat now on Ivy Snivy in this corner. Great clear out by Nero. Scython sending it back into that turret, which does expire. And Nero holding in this corner. A lot of slimes makes this dangerous, forces the flip. But that one slime sitting there forces Nero to have to flip that top side. And now Ivy Snivy's pushing up in this corner. Needs to be careful. Bounce off the Taiko drum. Looks for the pass, but no pass as Ivy Snivy just takes an insanely ballsy shot and finds it.
Ivy Snivy got a little bit of a reaction check there. Said, "You watching? You watching? You watching, Pope? No, you're not. Too bad." And they do manage to get that first goal. Ivy Snivy again, like reminding people, like, no, I'm not just here to like fill in. I'm here to make plays. I'm here to be someone. She know what she's doing.
Yeah, I mean, Ivy Snivy, like, Imi is, again, one of the picks that she did make her name on a little bit when climbing through solo queue was that Imi and Rasmus, more or less. And we do see them pulling this out to great effect with that Happy Star start, and I do kind of want to talk about that for a moment. We see explosive entrance picked up for both Nero and Scython, and everyone else opting for Happy Star, which also kind of means that you get more of these kill potentials from Scream Elves, more of these core control potential from Atsuro, but I don't know, this Vambrace, this double Vambrace is just working so well.
Yeah, no, it's just like a lot of that offense is just being like very mitigated, because here's the thing, Scython and Nero both are going to be hitting folks a lot, so it's just very much, alright, cool, you brought me down to half health, which is cute, but also how can anybody tell that I'm at full health? Do you see any damage on me? I don't. So it's very much one of those things that they're going to have to like play around and just they're gonna have to more or less mag dump, you know, on these two to try to get them really out of the play, which not impossible, but that's just more resources being wasted on them and less resources being able to be pushed towards the goal. Meanwhile, you can see that Zoo is more than happy to take advantage of the extra life that they have. They've got the goal open again, and they are trying to end this set and hopefully get themselves a quick lead.
Yeah, and a great flip out by Nero, denying any Happy Girl attempt, and Scream Elves gets taken off the map. Now it's a 2v3. Fang does have the flip, but a great dribble there off that drum, and a great pass off the drum by Nero as well, and it just goes right off the drum. 3 great drum uses by each member of Zoo, leading to that first set. 3-0 dominantly by the members of Zoo.
Very, very nice there. Mako ain't the only one who knows how to use those drums. Beautiful dribbling by Zoo and getting very rewarded as well. Hot shot coming out to play on Imi. That is going to be a screamingly fast core in set 2 already.
Yeah, insanely fast. And Hotshot, it's a great deny from Atlas, great deny from Juno. The heavy impact, a great deny away from the Drakkar, making him a little less threatening. And I think the Siege Machine is actually pretty good here for the Mako too, right?
Oh, yeah.
You can kind of like help out from a little further away. That cage will last for a little longer, so it's a little harder to just wait out. And that Molten Bolt, it does take one barrier, but it takes one on the opposite side as well. No second barrier found out by Scython. And there's that range. That cage actually only worked because of Siege Machine.
Yeah, no, that cage came from like far downtown, and yeah, it's going to be a bit of it's already I'm seeing like going to be a bit of an uphill battle for Happy Girls. It was a very, very good draft, I feel like, for Zoo. Although they are managing to make it work, are like Happy Girls. They do not want to be the end all be all.
Yeah, and, well, it's still looking pretty good for Happy Girls with the position they're in, right? Oxor is reinforcing Scream Owls with these slimes here and there, and finally it does kind of change to the opposite side, and there's that Pharaoh Sentry. Scream Owls pushing forward, maybe wanting to flip here, flipping in Narrow's face. Narrow with a counter flip down to Ivy Snivy. A lot of damage onto Scream Owls, and Scream Owls is taken off the map, as now Scython is sending it forward. A flip almost ready for Otsuro, finally ready, but it's also ready for Ivy Snivy. Ivy Snivy is the one who pulls the trigger first, and Otsuro a little slow on the trigger pull, and that is a goal found for Ivy Snivy.
That was slick. Like, Fang tried to kind of like bounce it off, dribble it, but it was Ivy Snivy who caught it, said, nope, I can handle these one-on-ones. What you got? Nothing. Boom! Knocked it up in the front corner, far corner, and there we go. Meanwhile, bodies are still dropping, and it is Happy Girls with the power play.
Yeah, unfortunately, double Vambrace can't keep you alive from everything, as shown there as Ivy Snivy taken off the map. Otsuro saved by the drum there, funnily enough. Ivy Snivy kind of blinking up to this top side, trying to catch this rebound, as now Scream Owl's in a bit of a dangerous situation. Great saves out by Narrow, and a good glitch pop, and then the defensive Firewall Sentry forcing the flip out by Fang, and look who's there to receive it. It's Ivy Snivy. That Whiplash, second barrier taken, as Narrow dribble sends it down to Scream Owl's a little dangerous, as it comes right back to them, and now Ivy Snivy and Narrow have to play this corner very carefully. Otsuro is pushing up, and it just goes right back down to that corner again. Damage on Scream Owls. Great strike layering as the Drakkar is taken out. And Ivy Snivy, what a glitch pop!
That was sick. No, Ivy Snivy out here to play. She out here to win. Like, nah. Watch me work. Watch me soar. And it's very good on their part. Meanwhile, as you have noticed that Scream Owls has not really been able to play the game on their part. They've constantly been getting taken out. I've been hearing you say like, oh, and like Scream Owls taken down a number of times already, and that's proving to be absolutely devastating for Happy Girls.
Yeah, but what's not devastating is the double flip loss for Zoo, right? Now, Happy Girls has a great chance here to maybe take this 1 point. They take the second barrier, and now Otsuro is just trying to push up, grabs the core with the slime, and Ivy Snivy having to drop that defensive turn, nearly taking Fang off, but that's a double barrier now found by Scython, as Ivy Snivy's looking to strike and keep the core forward. Good strike war one, the Whiplash, the dribble, another 3-0 set for Zoo, and what a recovery by the members of Zoo to bring them up 2-0. But we saw this last game. Happy Girls could go for a reverse sweep, but they need it if they want to win, and I think there's some pretty dangerous stuff here available for the Drakkar, the 1-2 punch, the Stinger, and yeah, just picking up the Twin Drive is, you know, Drakkar's going to get something good.
Yeah, no, just there he goes for like the Demolitionist. It's been very good on Zoo's part for the time being. I am looking at a lot of these like drafts for Zoo looking very, very scary. On the other hand, Stinger getting taken by by Juno, that's also going to be very dangerous. A lot of those slimes, like mobile minefields, as I always like to call them, that's going to be a lot of damage being pumped out. That might be able to help make a difference if these points go long. So it's going to be some... Happy Girls does have avenues to come back, does have avenues for victory even, but they are going to have to work for it.
Definitely. And, well, we do see them working pretty well so far. It is just one barrier to one barrier, back pass by Ivy Snivy, but it's still stuck in this corner. It finally gets cleared out. Great backstep there by the Imi to make sure she doesn't die to that Drakkar, and a good layer of abilities from Scream Elves to find that second barrier as Atsuro keeps this core forward. The dribble out by Scream Elves, the defensive Firewall Sentry Scython with a great death touch, and now Ivy Snivy continuing to keep this core forward, probably has a secondary here, just waiting with this flip. Flips for the kill, just sends it back through the cage, and with a great cyber swipe, Fang is in a tough situation. They're just dribbling it. The flip comes around, and Fang just waits it out. Not counter flip, but second flip out by Scream House. Nearly takes Ivy Snivy off the map. Good bit of damage onto the Drakkar. And now Ivy Snivy's in a bit of danger, but a great Firewall Sentry cuts off that pass down to Atsuro, and Scython taking this core forward has the flip. Where does the flip go? Right into the slime, and now Ivy Snivy with a dribble nearly hit stuns Fang, but not yet, as the pass comes down once again to this Imi. This Imi looking for a pass up to the Rasmus, greatly cut by Scream Owls, and now Happy Girls, they're looking for a way to get this out. There's that ensnare drums, not found yet, and Scream Owls, he just continues to keep this core forward, doing the best he can on this defense.
Scream Elves has been doing their absolute best to show out. Ivy Snivy, though, trying to, Ivy Snivy has been pulling everything out of their bag of tricks. Scython right there supporting, and this is looking absolutely monstrous. Zoo has been firing on absolutely all cylinders. You've got Iverson in Ivy Snivy and Scython just doing their best impression of world's greatest support here. Nero not being caught lacking either. Those downtown and snare drums, making sure that Ivy Snivy and Scython get some room to work with.
Yeah, definitely, but I think the members of Girl are no slouch despite a few misplays here. They have been putting up their attempts at offense pretty well, right? As Atsuro is taken kind of low, she does have to backstep here, not able to help much with this defense, and with that Firewall Sentry, it's looking kind of dangerous, but a great clear found out by Fang and Atsuro. A lot of damage still, and there's that flip, second barrier found, maybe the goal found, well saved by the members of Zoo, and this is their chance to potentially put a nail in the coffin of Girl if they can score this. Fang still has a flip available, and a great save out by Nero. Ivy Snivy using that glitch pop to kind of take Atsuro out of the play a little bit, and looking at the level difference, Ivy Snivy is 4 levels above Atsuro, and it's really showing with how well she's playing here. Fang might have to burn this flip here. Nero great clears as Fang sends up to this top side. A great strike where one out by Atsuro, keeping this forward with the slimes. As Scream Out slowing Nero, making it tough on this defense. A great strike, dribble off the center, and now Scython pushing forward with this flip. Ivy Snivy has to be a little bit careful with her life. Great glitch pop, sends it forward to Scython, who flips, sends it right through Fang, and despite the members of Girl burning 2 flips there, Zoo is the one that takes it.
Yo, Zoo running wild all over these girls. It's crazy out here in these streets. Ivy pulling off so many beautiful trick shots. Scython ready and waiting and just knocking it up, all and down, up, down, all around. Look at that. Ivy literally blinked to him, flexed, said, "Fear me. Watch what I do," and they couldn't stand it. They couldn't withstand the aura right there, and it is possibly game point as they continue on in this one. 30 seconds until overtime, and things get really crazy. Girl has to figure out something to stymie this onslaught.
And the onslaught maybe yet to be stymied, and Scython takes it. The superior is here as Ivy Snivy, Scython, and Nero beat Girl, and that game 3 was a statement game, if anything. And
oh, absolutely, that was just a monstrous one. Ivy coming out and just, I got this. Beautiful performance by all 3 members of Zoo, especially for that last set. That was fantastic.
I think one thing that is kind of interesting, right, about the way Ivy Snivy was playing this game, a lot of those abilities, they didn't look like abilities to, play the game. Rather, they looked like set plays that Ivy Snivy already knows what should happen. Ivy Snivy has already calculated what should happen, and, it is up to Girl to counterplay, and it's not really up to Ivy Snivy to make those mistakes. And I feel like that's part of why, that's what allowed Scython to have so many like opportunities on Fang in the net. And Nero helped a great amount, right? He did like he did provide a lot of this defense, made sure that Atsura and Scream Elves would not be scoring on this first goal attempt. And they didn't score at all. It was a 9-0.
Yeah, that was brutal. Like, we did notice that Scream Owls rarely got to play the game in like the first parts. So that is, I feel like that game plan just was like ideal for Zoo. Everything rolled their way. They got everything going out. That was just like a masterclass game right there. Beautiful, beautiful. 9 out. Like, Zoo, clearly just the better players today. So yeah, we're gonna, I would say, like, go ahead, vote for your MVP. Personally, I mean, you know, I'm going for IV. That was just fantastic. That was beautiful. That was pottery for how they played today.
I mean, insane. Yeah, series MVP vote up right now. And, well, it already looks like Ivy Snivy is very dominant in that vote. And thank you to Girl for showing up today and fighting very hard. Unfortunately,
Oh yeah.
it is the members of Zoo that go on to the finale day alongside TMCT and Luma in that upper bracket. Not 100% sure if we have a post-show going today. That is to be determined. But hey, before we close off, anything you want to say, P-Flare?
That was a that was a very beautiful game right there. That was pretty sick, and I'm definitely looking forward to the grand finale. You know, that is gonna be a wild one.
Yeah, definitely. But with that, that is it for us. So I will send us off. And once again, thank you everyone for showing up. Hopefully you guys show up next week. If there is a post show, you'll see it on production. But if not, that's it for us. Thank you everyone.
Peace out.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the post show. It's been a while since I've been here. Happy to see you guys. I'm here this time with Sloth, Zarhynif, and Nero. How's it going, guys?
Hello.
Doing good.
Okay,
Hello.
I'm sure all of you guys pretty happy to have won out on your games. Nero sitting in that losers bracket while the members of TMCT and Luma are in the upper bracket. So we'll just go game by game, right? Sloth, first things first. We had TMCT versus Zoo. Very dominant game, and I think now that you guys have won, or would you mind elaborating on why you picked them over Girl?
I feel like we ended up going for Zoo because it was just more of a known quantity. With Girl, they have a lot of great individual players, and we didn't necessarily know how it's gonna go going into the week as well. We did have Girls pretty high up there, like looking for, expecting Geralt Luma to be an incredibly competitive series as well. So it was just more known for us if we pick Zoo, what we're gonna go into and what we need to be playing for. So we opted for the safer option, and I mean, you saw yourself, it worked out pretty well for us, which is quite nice.
Yeah, that's completely fair. And it did work out. You guys are sitting in the upper bracket facing Luminous Astrals, who actually won out against Girl, which I think people did expect to be at least a little bit closer, but you guys completely slammed them in that game. Zarhynif, talk to me. Were you guys worried even a slight bit against that team with, you know, the name quality on that roster?
I mean, we were a bit. I was just most worried about can I actually perform this time around, which I have been lacking for quite a while. But for once, I'm kind of back into it. Finally. Took me long enough though.
Yeah, I mean, the TMCT Luma series did also feel a little one-sided, but hey, it's good to see you back up to full form again, and, you know, maybe next week the TMCT Luma series in Winners Final, and who knows, maybe in Grands as well, could be a very fun one to watch out for. And then we drop down to the lower bracket, right, where Zoo took pretty back and forth until that final game series against Happy Girls. So Nero, I kind of want to ask you, how does it feel to actually be able to get this far in an EUSL season after both of the past EUSL seasons that didn't really have like overall the best performances with?
That definitely feels good. I did not come into playoffs with a good expectation just because I know that one of our main rosters can't play. So it was expected that we play with a sub, like today and probably also next week. But yeah, I want to thank Luma for actually making that win possible.
Locking in against Girl, showing that, hey, Girl looks very beatable even for you guys, and then you guys take it home. I think, I really think that all of you guys were firing today, like really well played. Like you were holding some of these insane flips and insane strike timings on the defense, especially layered between both Ivy and you. Scython going for so many of these very consistent plays, and then game 3 with that absolute Ivy aura farm.
Yeah, Ivy played insane today. Like that last game was just something else.
Yeah,
I can't explain it.
Hopefully, you know, we get to see her next week, or if you guys continue to bring in Balu, we'll have to see. But I think one thing I want to talk about, and I didn't really get a chance to watch pre-show, so I'm not sure if it was there as well, is the current meta, right? I know in NA there have been a lot of rumblings about there being a lot of potential double wand games and stuff like that, but we didn't really see any double wand. We saw some single wand games. How do you guys think, or how do you guys feel about siphoning wand in the current meta?
I'll jump in early. We had actually one double siphoning wand game. That was probably when you were still preoccupied. But
Yeah,
our game
okay,
2 against Zoo, we were playing double wand. We played Juno Stelter Car, and we did have double wand, and God, it's disgusting.
Yeah, you can see the potential.
There's so much damage that came through there. Geo1 DSL had so much like pressure and consistent damage output as well. Cookies had his Drakar as well. It didn't help. It definitely helped as well. There was a missile prop start, which also amplified damage even more. But you can see the effects of that double siphoning wand, and I am personally a little bit flabbergasted that we didn't see more double siphoning today.
I think the one thing is that double siphoning wand also makes it pretty easy for even core control focused teams, or traditionally core control focused teams, to play this damage to a pretty good level. And yeah, Zarheinef, I kind of want to take it to you next. What do you think about that?
I hate this meta as a brawler. I am going to die 24/7. 2 Stagger Awakenings are gone, and I'm going to suffer mentally. But hey, we will perceive. Hopefully. Surely.
We believe, right? Maybe Luma can figure it out and come up on top. And Nara, speaking about brawlers dying, Scream Owls was completely staggered for... I would say it felt like Scream Owls was staggered for at least 30% of the series, and below half health for at least 80% of the series. Yeah, talk to me. What do you think about this this wand meta?
I don't think we had like any situation where we could have gone double band, because I have I have Siphon on my team, which is like, that guy loves his slick kicks. Like, he doesn't want to go away from it, especially on Rasmus.
Yeah.
But like most of the time, even one wand was enough. For example, on that night market game, and we actually went double vamp 2 games probably.
Yeah.
2 games, which felt nice, especially with Atlas together. Like, my forwards are never dying. So yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe double vamp is also something.
Yeah, it was very interesting, right? Because I was thinking, it just feels like right now, I mean, Mags has been kind of shot, and I mean, occasionally can work, but it just feels like it is a bit of a rock, paper, scissors between Slick's Vambrace and Siphoning Wand, where Vams beats Siphoning Wand, Wand beats Slicks, and Slicks beats Vambrace. But you guys showed that even without having the Slicks, you did beat Girl, who did have the Slicks on the opposite side, with your wand making your team just completely unkillable. And I feel like overall, I want to see if this double wand does get used more. I mean, not just by you guys, but just teams in general, both NA and EU.
Yeah, could be. Like, definitely that last game, double vamp also made a lot of sense, because I played Marco. So my forwards just get the speed buff.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really need slick kicks. That's fine.
So I think one more question I do want to ask all of you guys, and I'll start with Sloth on this. Give me a reason why you think Luminous Astrals or Zoo will win EUSL this season.
Okay. I feel like out of the two of them, if I had to choose one, no, I feel like Luminous Astrals does have a very valid way of winning the season, based off the fact that obviously you have Alex. Alex is always a great baseline. The characters that are good right now also work with what he wants to be playing, right? I think defensive goalies aren't very strong right now, and Alex doesn't really want to lock in something like that. He wants to play an aim, he wants to play a vice, and those are really strong in the way the system currently is. Llama, great individual player, and looking at how the series has played out today as well, I think Zar found a really good spot for Brawler for now, compared to what has been his regular season. So I feel like if all of that meshes well together, they would have an avenue of taking the season as a whole, as long as that performance keeps up.
Oh, very fair, right? And Zara, I kind of want to take it to you. Give me a reason why you think either of TMCT or Zoo will take the season.
Well, if I really had to choose, I think I'd go with TMCT. I mean, yeah, they've been playing for an entire season at this point, and you can definitely see their chemistry is quite up there. How many times they get stun comboed is just absolutely mental. And yeah, they're also just, I think, better individually skilled as well. So it's just a pain to deal with.
And we'll have to see if you guys come out on top in that winner's final match. And I'll throw it over to Nero. Unfortunately, no Zoo picks by Sloth or Zarheinef. So instead, we have a tiebreaker situation for Nero. Between the other two teams here, if you had to pick one of them to win EUSL this season, which would you pick and why?
Probably TMCT. I mean, they just beat us 2-0, and if I would look into the future, they probably are better with double band. So Zara's probably perma dying. their games.
Yippee!
Hey, and well, that's certainly going to be something to watch out for, to see if this double wand comes out this next week, or if we are just going to have a bunch of Slicks users. And if you guys want to see more potential double wand, Nassel is going to be coming up next on twitch.tv/bestieinslot. Have to hit that promo right now. But guys, you guys have to make sure you show up next week for EUSL, just the finals altogether. I am going to be very excited to be there. I'm sure all three of these guys are going to be very excited to play there. And before we hop off, any last words from any of you guys? I'll start with you, Sloth.
Nothing major. Just looking forward to next week. Looking forward to having an exciting finish to the playoffs, and looking forward to getting a second title.
Okay. Czar, anything you want to say?
Hey, so please emergency pass siphoning one. I beg of you, please.
Hey, it's still looking strong even after the slight nerfs. And Nero, anything you want to say?
Not really.
Okay, well, with that ends post-show for us. Thank you everyone for showing up for all three of the series today. Hope to see you guys next week. And with that, I will take us off the air.